Chapter 1280. There were only 30 or 40 people left in the audience seats. There were 6 humans, namely Yi Chen, Yan Qingxian, the White Robe Emperor, the Green Robe Emperor, the White Bone Sword Emperor, and the Martial Emperor. Looking at the scene, there was no doubt that the human race had the most people. The other races only had 2 or 3 people left. Be careful! Yi Chen saw Yan Qingxian and the yellow-robed old man's gazes meet. The 2 of them had a premonition about the direction of fate. They were about to meet. As expected, the next match was between Yan Qingxian and the yellow-clothed old man. An old monster has encountered a young monster. The black-and-white old man chuckled. He personally hated the Lich race. These people had a different way of looking at people. It was as if they knew everything and everyone was under their control. Although he was from the evil spirit race and allied with the demons, the black-and-white old man hoped that Yan Qingxian could deal with them. Of course, he knew how difficult it would be. As soon as the 2 of them clashed, they immediately released their respective domains. The yellow-robed elder's domain was the Lich domain that contained time and space, while Yan Qingxuan's domain was a mysterious domain. The Lich domain had many layers, and each layer had a different trajectory in space. The flow of time was also different. The slightest mistake could lead to a difference of thousands of kilometers. Even someone as strong as the purple-robed emperor could not hit the yellow-clad old man the first time he used his trump card. Later, the purple-robed emperor created 4 figures, wanting to destroy the Lich domain and the yellow-clad old man in one fell swoop. Only then did he force the other party to attack. Yan Qingxuan's mystical domain was like a river that surged endlessly. It looked like it was surging with waves, but it was extremely calm inside. It contained mysteries, yin and yang, and it was constantly changing. The 2 domains collided, and in the blink of an eye, the domains canceled each other out, replenished each other, shook each other, devoured each other, fused with each other, mutated, and underwent countless transformations. From the outside, a distorted space-time light sphere had appeared with the 2 of them as the center. The time and space inside this space-time light sphere were circular and not connected to the outside world. Scenes appeared on the surface of the light sphere. There were scenes of Yan Qingxian and the yellow-clothed old man fighting, scenes of the yellow-clothed old man killing Yan Qingxian, and scenes of Yan Qingxian killing the yellow-clothed old man. It was just a short moment, but it felt like thousands of years had passed inside. Interesting. The celestial demon emperor's eyes lit up as if he had seen something novel. The evil sword sovereign's eyes also widened as if he had seen an incredible scene. What happened? How miraculous! Why do I feel that this space-time light sphere is even more miraculous than the supreme martial skills of a supreme being? This woman is not simple. This is the first time I've seen a domain as profound as the Lich's domain. The celestial demon emperor and the evil sword emperor could understand a little, but the others were confused. Is it a coincidence that the time and space yin and yang profound meanings fused together? Yi Chen took a deep breath. The shaman demon emperor's domain contained the time and space profound, while Yan Qingxuan's domain contained the yin and yang profound. For some reason, the 2 domains were mutually exclusive and complementing each other, fusing together to a certain extent. Yi Chen didn't know how powerful the combination of the time and space profound would be. He only knew that the space-time light sphere was in a state of absolute balance. Not to mention them, even an ordinary supreme being wouldn't be able to break through it, because the time and space inside had already lost connection with this world. For example, a supreme being could only distort time and space, but they couldn't stop it. When 2 supreme beings fought, they would distort time and space, and there was a chance of creating a space-time circle. Time would no longer advance in a straight line, but would circulate endlessly, repeating endlessly. It was equivalent to 2 semicircles fusing together. However, the chance was so low that it was negligible. The shaman demon emperor and Yan Qingxian both walked the path of fate, and they had something in common. Perhaps this was the main reason for the birth of the space-time light sphere. Otherwise, there was no other explanation. Boom! Suddenly, the space-time light sphere exploded, and the two figures were sent flying. The yellow-robed elder roared at the sky. I lost in terms of potential. Is this fate? Swish! The yellow-robed elder turned into sand and disappeared with the wind. Yan Qingxian spat out a mouthful of blood, and her face turned pale. It was very dangerous this time. In terms of strength, she was much weaker than the yellow-robed elder. The reason why she didn't give up was because she had a premonition that she wouldn't die. What happened next made her feel the impermanence of fate. In the space-time light sphere, time circulated endlessly. It seemed to be repeating, but every time it repeated, thousands of years had passed. In the first repetition, Yan Qingxian was killed by the yellow-robed elder. But after the repetition, Yan Qingxian revived again. Life and death were no longer under her control, and it was controlled by the repetition of time and space. However, compared to the yellow-robed elder, Yan Qingxian had a huge advantage, and that was her youth and potential. The yellow-robed elder's thousands of years of improvement couldn't compare to Yan Qingxian's hundreds of years of improvement. At the beginning, Yan Qingxian wasn't the yellow-robed elder's opponent, but gradually she caught up and was on par with the yellow-robed elder. Then she surpassed him, and when the gap reached a certain level, the balance of the space-time light sphere was broken. The yellow-robed elder who came out of the space-time light sphere had actually died, but because the outside world had started to take over their lives, it was delayed for a moment. Yan Qingxian spat out a mouthful of blood. It was just a backlash, and most of it had been absorbed by her inside the space-time light sphere. The heavenly Tao doesn't have a fixed number. I, who is inside the space-time light sphere, have become the supremacy, but nothing has changed in reality. Past, present, and future. What is the connection between them? Yan Qingxian, who had returned to her seat, was in deep thought. Yi Chen didn't disturb Yan Qingxian. He didn't know what had happened inside the space-time light sphere, but this was the best outcome. Maybe only the true gods are omniscient and omnipotent. After the battle between Yan Qingxian and the yellow-robed elder ended, the next few battles were dull until this battle began. Yi Chen versus Yi Jianhuang. Although Yi Jianhuang was only ranked 13th on the quasi-venerate ranking, no one dared to underestimate him. He had already defeated the Spirit Race's Jade Spirit Emperor, who was ranked 9th on the quasi-venerate ranking, the Iksha Race's Mountain Emperor, who was ranked 7th on the quasi-venerate ranking, and the Barbarian Race's Barbarian Emperor, who was ranked 6th on the quasi-venerate ranking. His Heavenless Freedom sword technique had only appeared once, and it was used to deal with the Barbarian Race's Barbarian Emperor. Barbarian Emperor's outcome was naturally death. And up until now, Yi Chen had won consecutive battles. No one had been able to force him to use his trump card. Heavenless sword domain. Yi Jianhuang murmured. Boom! The pitch-black sword domain spread out at the speed of light. It was pure black, without a trace of other colors. Yi Jianhuang, who was within the sword domain, had long since disappeared. What? The middle stage of the 8th level of sword domain. How is this possible? The white-boned sword emperor, who was at death's door, was dumbfounded. 360 years ago, his white-boned sword domain had reached the early stage of the 8th level, and he had thought that he could look down on all the sovereigns of the sword Tao in the world. However, he hadn't expected that Yi Chen's sword domain was no weaker than his, and it was even complemented by sword yuan. 360 years had passed, and his white-boned sword domain was still at the early stage of the 8th level. There was no improvement at all. This wasn't because he didn't have any potential, but mainly because the sword domain was harder to improve as one progressed. Most sovereigns of the sword Tao were stuck at the peak of the 8th level. At the 8th level of the sword domain, no matter how shocking one's talent was, It would take tens of thousands of years just to improve a little, let alone a minor realm. Chapter 1281. Just as the darkness was about to engulf Yi Chen's figure, an aura even more terrifying than the heavenless sword realm erupted from Yi Chen's body. As this aura erupted, time and space twisted and laws collapsed. Huge green lotuses were born one after another. The green lotuses bloomed and sword chi shot into the sky. The cold aura made people's hair stand on end. The pitch-black heavenless sword realm seemed to have met its nemesis, shrinking all of a sudden. The white-boned sword emperor was dumbfounded. He murmured, "Late 8th level sword realm. Am I seeing things? Or am I getting old?" Wasn't he only at the early 8th level 360 years ago? In the past, the white-boned sword emperor would never have believed that anyone could raise 2 levels in 360 years. It would have been too far-fetched. But today he had to believe that someone could do it, and he had witnessed it with his own eyes. The heavenless sword realm shrank fast, but the green lotus sword realm expanded even faster. When the two great sword realms collided, the entire azure field was filled with the sound of metal clashing. The heavenless sword realm was like a black curtain that was cut into pieces by the green lotus sword realm. Apart from being of a higher level, the green lotus sword realm also had the help of sword yuan, making it incomparably sharp. Impossible. Yi Jianhuang's eyes were wide open. He tried his best to activate the sword realm, trying to stop the green lotus sword realm from expanding. Once the green lotus sword realm expanded, even if he had 100% of his power, he would be suppressed to 80%. The heavenless sword realm became stronger as it twisted into a huge black sword, piercing towards the incoming green lotus sword realm. Yi Chen smiled coldly. He raised his right index and middle fingers and lightly pointed out. Suddenly, a green lotus within the green lotus sword realm crashed into the black sword formed by the heavenless sword realm. Rumble! The black sword and the green lotus collapsed at the same time. However, the peerless sword within the green lotus seemed to have absorbed all of the lotus power. It charged into the heavenless sword realm, shooting everywhere. Dazzling sparks lit up half of the heavenless sword realm. Return! Making a prompt decision, Yi Jianhuang withdrew the heavenless sword realm to protect himself. At the same time, he pulled out a treasured sword shining with black light. The tip of the sword trembled, and thousands of sword flowers burst forth, attacking Yi Chen. Although the green lotus sword realm was powerful, it could not tear apart his heavenless sword realm. The only disadvantage was that his own strength would be suppressed by the green lotus sword realm. However, Yi Jianhuang did not care so much. He was very confident in his sword arts. Yi Chen did not want to take advantage of Yi Jianhuang. He immediately retracted his green lotus sword realm. They were both sword emperors, but one was a human and the other was a yiksha. Yi Chen would not be afraid. Moreover, he also wanted to see Yi Jianhuang's sword art. If possible, it would be best if he could absorb the essence of his sword art. Clang, clang, clang. The two sword arts were both top-notch below the supreme realm. The moment they clashed, the whole sky was filled with flickering sword lights. As the battle reached its climax, Yi Jianhuang's movement speed and sword speed doubled. Thousands upon thousands of Yi Jianhuang appeared, each of them looking extremely lifelike and lifelike. Seeing this, Yi Chen also formed thousands upon thousands of illusory figures, battling with Yi Jianhuang. The whole place was silent. A battle of this level was beyond their imagination. Fury of the masses! Suddenly, Yi Jianhuang performed an extremely frightening sword art. The black sword pointed at Yi Chen, and the yuan qi of the heaven and earth violently fluctuated. A formless will shrouded it, turning it into a peerless sharp light that shot towards Yi Chen. Being within the range of the opponent's sword aura, Yi Chen vaguely felt that he had become the villain and was being targeted by all. What a great sword art! Yi Chun praised in his heart, but he didn't slow down. Boundless nature was performed, and countless bubbles danced in the air like a dream. The image of fury of the masses immediately merged into the bubbles, attacking Yi Jianhuang. Boundless nature was ever-changing, and the changes of the opponent's sword art were also within it. Heaven and earth slaughter. Seeing that the fury of the masses couldn't do anything to Yi Qin, Yi Jianhuang changed his sword aura and performed the most tricky sword art. This sword art focused on one point, and its sword qi was oppressive. Apart from this, Yi Jianhuang no longer held back, merging the heart sword realm into his sword art, making the sword art even more powerful. Qi, qi, qi. The snake-like sword qi drilled in and out of space-time, slithering towards Yi Qin in an extremely slippery manner. Death slash! With a wave of the Sky Dream sword, Yi Qin unleashed a dense sword net of death. However, Yi Qin had underestimated Yi Jianhuang's ultimate move. The snake-like sword qi avoided the opponent's attack and attacked its weak points. Swaying left and right, it somehow passed through the sword net of death. Yin and yang, real and fake. So that's how it is. Yi Qin understood in his heart. The sword aura changed, changing from offense to defense. 5 elemental sword art would decline after reaching its peak. Yi Jianhuang sneered in his heart. Fool! The heaven and earth slaughter couldn't block it at all. Barbarian Emperor had the barbarian battle physique, and the heaven and earth slaughter couldn't kill him. You, a swordsman, could only die if you were hit. Unfortunately, Yi Jianhuang miscalculated immediately. The heaven and earth slaughter couldn't do anything to Yi Chen's 5 elemental sword art. The moment it entered the range of the 5 elemental sword art, its power dropped drastically. The ability to avoid the opponent's attack and attack its weak points was also pushed back again and again. In the end, it was cancelled out by the 5 elemental sword art and dissipated into nothingness. Yin and yang shift, real and false change. A portion of the essence of the heaven and earth slaughter appeared in Yi Chen's mind. With just this portion, Yi Chen had the confidence to create a sword art that wasn't inferior to the heaven and earth slaughter. Good. You are stronger than Barbarian Emperor to be able to force me to use my heavenless great freedom sword art. But everything is over now. Yi Jianhuang's expression changed several times, but he soon calmed down. Vast, deep, free, and unfettered. All kinds of sword aura burst forth from Yi Jianhuang's body. It was unknown when the arena had fallen into darkness. This kind of darkness wasn't the kind where one couldn't even see their fingers in front of them, but a kind of night that was between light and darkness. It was a little like dawn, but also a little like dusk. Heavenless, great freedom, sword art. I didn't expect him to have cultivated it to such a level. The 4-winged Dragon Emperor, who was ranked 5th on the quasi-venerable list, had a complicated expression. 500 years ago, Yi Jianhuang had fought with him. In that battle, Yi Jianhuang's strength was already not inferior to his. The 4-winged Dragon Emperor knew very well that it was because his own defense was strong enough, and Yi Jianhuang hadn't comprehended the heart sword realm. As a result, the heavenless great freedom sword art naturally couldn't do anything to him. After all, no matter how exquisite a sword art was, it had to be able to break through the defense. What a pity for a peerless genius of the human race. The 4-winged Dragon Emperor didn't need to look to know that Yi Chen was dead for sure. Among everyone present, only the celestial Devil Emperor and the evil Sword Emperor could withstand the heavenless great freedom sword art. The others would barely be able to withstand it. Even a martial emperor might not be able to do so. This wasn't an exaggeration by the 4-winged Dragon Emperor. After sparring with Yi Jianhuang, he deeply knew how terrifying the heavenless great freedom sword art was. There were only 2 ways to block it. One was to have a strong enough martial art that surpassed the heavenless great freedom sword art. The other was to have a strong enough defense. Chapter 1282. Such a powerful sword aura! Yi Chen wasn't surprised, but happy instead. How could he not see that Yi Jianhuang's heaven-free greatsword art contained many kinds of sword auras, and all of them were fused into one to form the heaven-free great sword aura. With such a powerful sword aura, the sword art's power would certainly not be weak. With a thought, the 5-element sword art's sword aura spread out, like a huge 5-colored light sphere enveloping him, shining brightly in the dark night. Clang! Silently and without any warning, a blazing flame brushed past the barrier of the 5 elements sword technique, like a wandering dragon or snake, flowing 1,000 miles in one go. Clang, 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 clang. Next, the blazing flame almost enveloped the 5 elements sword art. The momentum was ferocious, and the sword aura was unimaginable. As for Yi Jianhuang, he seemed to have fused with the sword. The sword was him, and he was the sword. Man and sword became one, and the heart sword drove the sword light to the realm of invincibility. Yi Chen's eyes shone brighter and brighter. The heaven-free great sword art was indeed lawless. Although he could defend with the 5-element sword art, he couldn't reduce the opponent's sword speed and could only slightly weaken its power. What Yi Chen didn't know was that Yi Jianhuang was extremely shocked at this moment. His heaven-free great sword art had been cultivated to the realm of man, sword and heart as one, but he still couldn't break the opponent's sword art. How could this be? One should know that Barbarian Emperor's barbarian battle physique was like leather under his heaven-free great sword art. Explode! Yi Jianhuang's power erupted uncontrollably, and his heart sword realm was pushed to the limit. Along with the surging of his soul power, the 3 poured into the heaven-free great sword art at the same time, madly increasing the sword art's power. Rumble! A fiery light that spanned thousands of miles flashed past. At that moment, even space itself trembled and cracks appeared. Why? Yi Jianhuang was about to go crazy. The 5-colored light sphere was still safe and sound under the sword aura. The heaven-free greatsword art didn't even have the qualifications to make it tremble. Number 1 defensive sword art in the world. The white-boned sword monarch had to admit that this was the most powerful defensive sword art he had ever seen. He had heard of the heavenly boundless sword art of the knight sword monarch, and he had just witnessed it for himself. If it had been him, he wouldn't even have been able to withstand the fury of the masses and heaven and earth massacre, let alone the heavenly boundless sword art. From what he could tell, the heavenly boundless sword art was at least 10 times more powerful than the previous 2 sword arts, and it was no wonder that the barbarian emperor's barbarian battle body was as fragile as tofu. The black-white old man's face was gloomy. He was trying to put himself in Yi Jianhuang's shoes. Would he be able to break through Yi Chen's 5-element sword art? The answer was no. This defensive sword art was too freakish, causing people to feel despair. Fortunately, up until now, Yi Chen hadn't displayed any offensive sword art that was comparable to a defensive sword art. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to forfeit. Celestial Devil Emperor and Evil Sword Emperor revealed serious expressions for the first time as they carefully observed Yi Chen's 5-element sword art. Their eyesight was much sharper than Yi Jianhuang's, and they could see more things. For them, there was no sword art in this world that they couldn't break. The only problem was whether they were strong enough. Yi Chen, do you only know how to defend? If you have the guts, then fight me head-on. Yi Jianhuang raged. Break my 5-element sword art first. There's no point in talking anymore. Yi Chen wasn't afraid of facing Yi Jianhuang head-on, but it wasn't the right time yet. Every time Yi Jianhuang used the heavenly boundless sword art to attack him, he would be able to absorb a part of the sword art's essence. However, the essence of the heavenly boundless sword art was too much, and he needed a few more attacks to absorb it. Do you really think I can't break it? Break for me, break for me. Yi Jianhuang attacked Yi Qin in a frenzy again and again. Unknowingly, a cup of tea's time had passed. Yi Jianhuang still couldn't break the 5 elements sword art. The current him hated Yi Qin to the bone. The latter had completely destroyed his confidence, dignity, and momentum, crushing them into pieces. If he couldn't defeat Yi Qin today, he could forget about becoming a supreme being for the rest of his life, because Yi Qin had become his heart demon, shrouding his soul. Of course, the prerequisite was that he could leave the arena alive and leave the Azure world. I can't even bear to watch anymore. For the first time, White-Boned Sword Emperor felt sorrow for Yi Jianhuang, a member of the Yiksha race. At the same time, he rejoiced that he was a member of the human race. Losing wasn't scary. What was scary was being beaten to the point where one had no confidence at all. A Yiksha race Sword Emperor, who originally had a bright future, had become like this. Just a little bit more. Yi Qin said inwardly. In the blink of an eye, another cup of tea's time had passed. Yi Jianhuang was on the verge of insanity. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to leave this damned place. Yi Jianhuang is ruined. Celestial Demon Emperor shook his head, looking at Yi Jianhuang with a pitiful gaze. Other than us, if it was anyone else encountering such a defensive sword art, the chances of them collapsing would be very high. I can only say that Yi Jianhuang's luck was bad, but luck is also a part of strength. The current him is already a waste. It's not a pity for him to die. Evil Sword Emperor had an indifferent expression. To be able to drive Yi Jianhuang crazy, it seems like we need to be more serious. Celestial Demon Emperor chuckled, his eyes flashing with a sharp killing intent. Yi Qin, you gutless guy. Keep defending if you have the ability. Yi Jianhuang wasn't as unbearable as these people thought. He was on the verge of collapse. He suddenly realized that Yi Qin's defense was so powerful, but his attack might not be that powerful. As long as Yi Qin gave up on defending, he would still have a chance. Even if Yi Qin kept on defending, he would at least maintain a stalemate. Why was he so impatient? Yi Jianhuang finally calmed down after waking up. Of course, if he didn't kill Yi Qin today, there would still be a heart demon, which would become the biggest obstacle for him to ascend to the supreme level. All right, as you wish. The multicolored light sphere dissipated, and Yi Qin stopped performing the 5 elements sword art. Haha, there's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There's no gate to hell, but you still insist on coming. Die. Yi Jianhuang was stunned for a moment, then laughed out loud. He had been waiting for this moment. Should he say that Yi Qin was stupid or inflexible? Of course, it could also be that using this sword art consumed too much energy, but all of this wasn't important. What was important was that he would deal with Yi Qin with his own hands. Sai, why did you stop? The White-Boned Sword Emperor slapped his thigh. Yi Qin wasn't in a hurry, but he was still a bit too young. The middle-aged Martial Emperor shook his head, a trace of worry in his eyes. Die. Yi Jianhuang knew that this was a rare opportunity, so he used almost all the strength he had in this life on the heavenless sword art. An invisible sword qi spanning thousands of miles slashed toward Yi Qin. This sword was his peak sword and also his sure-kill sword. All of his essence, qi, and spirit were integrated into this sword. Facing Yi Jianhuang's peak sword, Yi Qin's expression was emotionless. The heavenly dream sword moved smoothly and attacked. 1 petal, 2 petals, 3 petals, dozens of petals fluttered down from the sky. Each petal was so beautiful that the flow of time instantly stopped. The White-Boned Sword Emperor was stunned. The 4-winged Dragon Emperor was stunned. Chapter 1283. My sword burial art only produced a few petals, but has actually produced dozens. The White-Boned Sword Emperor knew very well how difficult it was to cultivate the sword burial art. Dozens and a few petals might seem 10 times different, but the difference in power was at least hundreds of times. When Supreme Burial Flower used the sword burial art, hundreds of petals fell. However, that was a sovereign, and the weakest sovereign was at least 100 times stronger than the strongest quasi-sovereign. Wait, how can he know the sword burial art? Suddenly, the white-boned Sword Emperor thought of the key point. Yi Chen hadn't used the sword burial art in the previous fights, so it was the white-boned Sword Emperor's first time seeing Yi Chen use it. He couldn't react for a moment. Did he learn the essence of the sword burial art while fighting me? The white-boned Sword Emperor felt a chill run down his spine. Facing Yi Chen's sword burial art, Yi Jianhuang felt as if his soul was frozen. The heart sword realm didn't have any effect. It should be pointed out that the one using the sword burial art was Yi Chen, not the white-boned Sword Emperor. Yi Chen's sword burial art could still freeze the heart sword realm, unless Yi Jianhuang's heart sword realm was much higher than Yi Chen's. The night dissipated, and Yi Jianhuang's body dissipated with the wind. At this moment, the spectators finally understood that although Yi Chen didn't counterattack, it didn't mean that Yi Chen didn't have the strength to fight back. Yi Jianhuang had been living in a tragedy from start to finish. Freak, lunatic. The four-winged Dragon Emperor was dumbfounded. It took him a long time to recover. He had decided that once he met Yi Chen, he would directly forfeit. Such a freak should be left to the celestial demon emperor and the evil sword emperor. He didn't want to meet him. I'm old. I still want to live for a few more years. The black-white old man felt old for the first time. If the dead Lich sovereign were to be resurrected, he probably wouldn't want to fight Yi Chen. Up until now, no one knew how much Yi Chen had revealed. At least, the black-white old man couldn't see through it. He didn't want to see it either, because he would have to pay a price. The fight continued, and the number of people in the spectator stands decreased. Perhaps in the end, there would only be 2 people left to fight. The white-boned Sword Emperor wasn't so lucky this time. He encountered the Heavenly Devil Sovereign, and without a doubt, he chose to forfeit. After forfeiting 3 times, he lost the right to participate in the wrestling ring and was sent out of the Azure world. Following that, the green-robed emperor lost to the golden battle emperor of the giant race, who was ranked 3rd on the quasi-venerable list. Yan Qingxian, on the other hand, encountered a martial emperor. Although Yan Qingxian was not weak, a martial emperor was too strong. Yan Qingshuan's defeat was understandable. Yi Chen, we will meet again. On the stage, facing Yi Chen, the Queen of God-blessed Queen forfeited. At first, she thought that she had gradually caught up to Yi Chen, but when she saw Yi Chen again, reality told her that the gap between her and Yi Chen had not shrunk at all. On the contrary, it seemed to be widening. This made her feel very discouraged, but at the same time, she admired Yi Chen. One had to know that she had never admired anyone for so many years, not even the Heavenly Devil Sovereign or the evil Sword Emperor. Yi Chen had let her know what it meant to be a peerless genius. In the eyes of the so-called geniuses, perhaps, they were no different from ordinary people. Yi Chen didn't feel anything about the Queen of God-blessed Queen's forfeit. He was different from others. His only belief was to reach the peak. The stronger the opponent, the easier it would be to stimulate his fighting spirit and potential. He had always believed that there was nothing he couldn't do, only something he didn't want to do. Now, Yi Chen had also begun to understand the true meaning of the Shura realm. Using powerful opponents to nurture a supreme being, whoever could walk to the end would have the greatest hope of becoming a supreme being. This was because there was only one shortcut to becoming a supreme being, and that was to have an invincible momentum and confidence. Under normal circumstances, if Yi Chen wanted to become a supreme being, he would need at least 1,000 years of accumulation. He believed that the Heavenly Devil Sovereign and the evil Sword Emperor were also aware of this point. Very tacitly, the gazes of the 3 of them met, accompanied by bursts of murderous intent. The black-white old man lost to the evil Sword Emperor. The white-robed emperor lost to the martial emperor. The four-winged Dragon Emperor forfeited 3 times. The Golden Combat Emperor lost to Yi Chen. Finally, there were only 4 people left in the entire arena. The 4 of them were the strongest supreme beings. They were the Heavenly Devil Sovereign, the Evil Sword Emperor, the Martial Emperor, and Yi Chen. Among the 4 of them, only one could ascend to the peak, and only one had the hope of becoming a supreme being in the shortest time possible and looking down on the starry sky. At this time, even if they died, the 4 of them wouldn't take a step back. The first to enter the arena were the Evil Sword Emperor and the Martial Emperor. Martial Emperor, it's time for you to fall. This era belongs to us, the younger generation. The huge sword on the Evil Sword Emperor's back floated out and landed in his hand. With every word he said, the momentum of his sword increased. When he said the last word, the violent sword momentum was like a raging sea wave, one wave after another, never ending. Compared to the Evil Sword Emperor, the Martial Emperor was indeed not young. He was already more than 20,000 years old. However, since he was able to become a Martial Emperor, his momentum was naturally very strong. In the face of the Evil Sword Emperor's sword momentum, the Martial Emperor was like a huge mountain in the sea. No matter how fierce the waves were, they couldn't shake him at all. Instead, his momentum became more condensed and vigorous. I have a feeling that if I defeat you, I will become a supreme being. A fiery light flashed in the Martial Emperor's eyes. When he stood next to the Evil Sword Emperor, the threshold of supreme being became much clearer in his eyes. Is that so? Unfortunately, the day will never come. Take my sword. The Evil Sword Emperor slashed at the Martial Emperor with a huge sword in his hand. This sword was simple and unadorned, but the sword intent contained within it was clearly the destruction sword intent. Moreover, it was a mid-8th step sword intent. In addition, the Evil Sword Emperor's sword domain was the same as Yi Chen's, reaching the late 8th layer. Combined with the Heart Sword realm, this probing sword strike was 10 times more dangerous than most supreme beings. Outside the Azura world's bronze gate, dozens of huge phantoms stood there. Behind them was a group of 8th level life and death realm heavenly kings. They were all people who had entered the Azura world before. As for the phantoms, they were the projections of the supreme beings. In the giant tribe's camp, the Golden Battle Emperor said shamefully, I was defeated by Sword Emperor Yi Chen. Now there are only 4 people inside. Sky Demonic Emperor, Evil Sword Emperor, Martial Emperor, and Sword Emperor Yi Chen. He was the last person to leave the Azura world apart from the 4. Oh, 2 of the human race's members? Good thing. The supreme projection in front of the Golden Battle Emperor smiled. In front of the human race's camp, a supreme projection let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there were still 2 humans. However, the 2 juniors of the demons and evil spirit race were not easy to deal with either. There are actually 2 humans. That kid Sky Demonic Emperor has never been defeated before. I hope he can remain undefeated this time. The supreme projection in the demons' camp glanced at the human race's camp. On the arena, Yi Chen let out a sigh. The Martial Emperor died under the Evil Sword Emperor's Fate Evil Sword. The Fate Evil Sword was 100 times more powerful than the Heavenly Boundless Sword Art. This sword art could dictate the fate of others. Standing up, Yi Chen and the Sky Demonic Emperor appeared in the arena at the same time. It's finally our turn. The Sky Demonic Emperor raised his head, his eyes filled with demonic intent. Chapter 1284. The Night Sword Emperor had the Lawless Freedom Sword Art. The Martial Emperor had the Martial Emperor's 3 styles. The Evil Sword Emperor had the Evil Sword of Destiny, and the Celestial Demon Emperor had 2 absolute arts. One was the Celestial Demon Tyrannical Body, and the other was the Heaven and Earth Palm. That's right. The Celestial Demon Emperor was the same as the Golden Battle Emperor and the 4-winged Dragon Emperor. They were body-refining emperors. The Celestial Demon Tyrannical Body was a body-refining technique that was only slightly inferior to the 9 transformations Golden Body. The heaven and earth palm contain the profound meaning of yin and yang and the profound meaning of strength. When one's strength reached a certain realm, one would have the ability to defeat everything with brute force. No matter how exquisite one's technique was, one would be able to break it with one palm. Previously, when Yi Chen was battling with the Golden Battle Emperor, he had already experienced the difficulty of body refining emperors. If he wasn't serious, he wouldn't be able to break his opponent's defense. However, a simple punch from his opponent was able to break his sword art cleanly. In the end, Yi Chen unleashed his heart force and pierced through the body of the Golden Battle Emperor. Moreover, body refining emperors didn't only understand brute force. Their martial arts also contained profound meaning and essence. Yi Chen, you are qualified to fight with me, but only qualified. Celestial demon field, celestial demon tyrannical body. Although he said so, the celestial demon emperor didn't dare to underestimate Yi Chen. The celestial demon field burst forth, and the void was suffused with a metallic luster. Immediately after, the celestial demon emperor's body also suffused with a metallic luster. The space-time he was in gave people a very thick and indestructible feeling, as if it was a world of metal. Kill! From afar, the celestial demon emperor threw a punch at Yi Chen. The ferocious fist force distorted the space-time along the way. At the same time when the celestial demon emperor spread out his celestial demon domain, Yi Chen had already used his green lotus sword domain. Numerous green lotuses floated around him, and beneath his feet there was an even larger green lotus, which seemed to be nurturing his body and nurturing a peerless sharpness. Chi, 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 chi. The death sword net spread out as Yi Chen used death cleave. One was a fist force, while the other was a sword net. In terms of power concentration, the fist force was naturally superior. However, the sword net had the advantage in terms of densely packed attacks, covering a wide area. The fist force pierced through the sword net and landed on the green lotus that Yi Chen had used to protect himself. The green lotus trembled and instantly turned into dust, while the remnants of the sword net broke through the sky demon domain and slashed on the sky demon emperor's body, creating sparks and clanging sounds. The first time they fought, they were evenly matched. Seeing that, the two withdrew their respective domains and sword domains. Their bodies flashed and they clashed together. In terms of close combat, Yi Chen would not be afraid of anyone. Even if he could not, he would still have the 5-element sword arts to protect himself. On the other hand, the celestial demon emperor was a body refining emperor, so he was naturally more proficient in close combat. A body refining emperor and a sword emperor fought crazily, causing the sky to darken. The domineering fist force, palm wind, and sword chi filled the entire arena. The two's figures could be seen everywhere, heaven and earth in the palm. Suddenly, the celestial demon emperor shouted and pressed down with his palm. This palm was indeed one of the moves of the heaven and earth palm, which could freeze time and space and crush everything. Yi Chen did not dare to be careless. He performed the 5 elements sword arts, turning into a 5-colored light ball to protect himself. Rumble! The huge palm print landed on the 5-colored light ball and was bounced off. So powerful! Yi Chen felt the pressure for the first time. Seeing that he could not break through Yi Chen's 5-element sword arts, the celestial demon emperor's body was like an inflated balloon, rapidly expanding from 2 meters to 100 meters. He then slapped at Yi Chen again. Crack! The powerful force finally caused the 5-element sword arts to pause for a moment. You take a sword of mine as well. Yi Chen was already prepared. The 5-colored light ball shrank, and he slashed out with his sword. In an instant, a 5-colored sword chi slashed at the celestial demon emperor, moving as fast as a ray of light. Block it! The celestial demon emperor crossed his arms, shining with a metallic luster. Clang! A loud sound that could shatter a normal planet exploded. The celestial demon emperor was sent flying, crashing into the protective wall of the arena. He bounced back with a bang, rolling on the ground for a long time before the impact of the 5-element slash was neutralized. In terms of pure lethality, the 5-element slash was the best among all of Yi Chen's sword arts. Good, very good. The Celestial Demon Emperor looked at his bloodied arms and laughed out of anger. It had been a long time since he had been injured. Ever since the battle with the evil Sword Emperor, he had never been injured. Heaven and earth, 3 tremors. Charging out with large steps, the Celestial Demon Emperor slashed out with his palm. Crack! Crack! Time and space twisted to the extreme and cracks appeared. Without a choice, Yi Chen performed the 5-element sword arts again and pushed its power to the limit. The 5-colored light ball shone brightly. Bang! 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 The 5-element sword arts that the Yi Jianhuang couldn't break were finally broken. Yi Chen's feet went numb, and he was sent flying while spurting out a mouthful of blood. The Celestial Demon Emperor's palm contained the 3 stacks power. Normal 3 stacks power wasn't scary, but it was the 3 stacks power that was performed with a supreme martial art. Of course, the Celestial Demon Emperor's right arm had exploded, and blood was splattering everywhere. It seemed like his injury was more severe than Yi Chen's. Only Yi Chen knew that the Celestial Demon Emperor's injury was only on the surface, while his injury was on the inside. The 3 stacks power was destroying his body, and his imperishable power was being consumed rapidly. So powerful. But it's only interesting this way. Stumbling on the ground, Yi Chen licked his lips, and a terrifying battle intent burst out from his eyes. A battle without injuries wouldn't be a true battle to one's heart's content. Only with injuries would one be able to stimulate the most primal battle intent and fighting spirit, surpassing one's limits. Die! The Celestial Demon Emperor couldn't be bothered to waste time recovering his right arm. He took a step forward, and space and time shrank. He instantly appeared above Yi Chen and slammed down with the heaven and earth palm. Without the 5-element sword arts, the Celestial Demon Emperor's frail body was no stronger than tofu. He was confident that he could crush the Celestial Demon Emperor with a single palm. Scram! Yi Chen let out a shout and raised the Sky Dream, sword high up. An unstoppable sword chi soared into the sky, slicing the Celestial Demon Emperor's palm into pieces. The aftershock sent the Celestial Demon Emperor flying. Heart Sword Realm, Power Profound, and Supreme Sword Arts were perfectly fused together. Swish! Lightly tapping on the ground. Yi Chen's speed instantly reached light speed, and the boundless nature enveloped the Celestial Demon Emperor's body. Ding ding dang dang. Even though the boundless nature art was extremely exquisite, its lethality couldn't compare to the 5-element slash. The dreamy sword chi slashed on the Celestial Demon Emperor's body, but it could only create some sparks. It couldn't even cut through the Celestial Demon Emperor's flesh. My Celestial Demon tyrannical body has already reached the peak of the 7th level. It's impervious to weapons, and even heavenly tribulations can't injure it. You want to break through it? Dream on. The Celestial Demon Emperor completely ignored Yi Chen's attack and looked at him with disdain. Among the Supremes, the Golden Buddha, Supreme of the human race, relied on the Golden Body 9th transformation to look down on the world. Only a sage weapon could kill him. The Celestial Demon Emperor was equivalent to the Golden Buddha, Supreme of the Quasi-Supremes, and he also looked down on the world. As long as he didn't exhaust all his demonic energy, even if 10 peak Quasi-Supremes attacked him for 10 days or half a month, they wouldn't be able to harm a single hair on him. Chapter 1285. Sword Burial. Dozens of petals danced in the air. Seeing that the omniscient nature didn't work, Yi Chen decisively executed the sword burial art. The sharpness of the sword burial art was several times sharper than the omniscient nature. After all, if it wasn't sharp enough, how could it ruin the time and life of others? It's useless. The Celestial Demon Emperor was very confident, but his expression soon froze. Not only did the sword burial art freeze his body, but it also froze his celestial demon tyrannical body, causing a flaw to appear in his celestial demon tyrannical body. The sound of a red-hot sword stabbing into the soil resounded. Yi Chen's Sky Dream sword had pierced through the celestial demon emperor's heart. Once the celestial demon tyrannical body had a flaw, the celestial demon emperor would be no different from other peak quasi-venerables. Impossible. The celestial demon emperor looked down at his bleeding chest in disbelief. There's no absolute defense in this world. At least before me, your celestial demon tyrannical body is just SOSO. In terms of the realm of the heart, Yi Chen was much higher than the celestial demon emperor. Only the evil sword emperor could be compared to Yi Chen. Therefore, Yi Chen could ruin the other party's time and cause a flaw in the celestial demon emperor's celestial demon tyrannical body. Of course, only Yi Chen could rely on this to heavily injure the celestial demon emperor. The others didn't have the sword burial art, and the white-boned sword emperor's realm was too low. Do you think you can defeat me like this? The battle has only just begun. The celestial demon emperor's body bent backward like a bow. A terrifying power burst out with him as the center. The pitch-black shock wave directly sent Yi Chen flying. Countless black runes appeared on the surface of the celestial demon emperor's body. The runes' radiance circulated and rapidly linked together. Surges of surging energy fluctuated within the celestial demon emperor's body. His strength suddenly increased by more than 10 times. It was as if these runes had brought the celestial demon emperor's vitality to a whole new realm. Secret technique? Yi Chen frowned. At their level, ordinary secret techniques were useless. Only those supreme secret techniques could increase their strength. Clearly, the celestial demon emperor had cultivated a supreme secret technique. In the audience seating, the evil sword emperor's expression was indifferent. He wasn't surprised by the celestial demon emperor's transformation. He had sparred with the celestial demon emperor many times. Although he didn't know the celestial demon emperor inside out, he was very clear about some of his trump cards. The Maluo, a heavenly battle rune, was a supreme, secret technique of the demons. It was divided into 3 layers. Cultivating the first layer would increase one's strength by 5 times. The second layer would increase one's strength by 10 times. Kill. The celestial demon emperor, whose strength had increased by over 10 times, was like a shooting star as he smashed his fist over, causing space to ripple like tidewater as it pressed forward, and its might was countless times stronger than before. Dang! Faced with the celestial fiend emperor's inhuman punch, Yi Chen faced the spatial tide and slashed out a sword chi. However, the sword chi collapsed before it could come into contact with his opponent's fist force. Finally, Yi Chen managed to block the punch with his 5 elemental sword art. Heaven and earth in the palm. The momentum of the celestial demon emperor's fist suddenly dispersed and turned into a palm momentum. It was the heaven and earth in the palm of the universe palm. Previously, the celestial demon emperor couldn't break through the 5 elemental sword art. But now he was very confident. You have a supreme, secret technique. Don't I have one? Yi Chen didn't panic at all. Suddenly, a 5-colored fruit appeared above his head. It grew bigger and bigger, and the 5 elements essence chi in the space-time merged into it. Finally, it blessed Yi Chen. The human body had yin and yang and the 5 elements essence chi. When the 5 elements essence chi entered his body, Yi Chen felt that his realm seemed to have taken a step forward. However, the surge of essence, chi, and spirit made him feel like he couldn't control it. Supreme secret technique. 5 elements, Tao fruit. The upper echelons of the human clan began to spare no effort in cultivating Yi Chen. After coming out of the supreme holy land, the upper echelons of the human clan gave Yi Chen 2 life and death fruits and several top-notch emperor-level weapons. They also gave him a very precious supreme secret technique. 5 elements, Tao fruit. It should be known that supreme secret techniques were countless times more precious and rare than supreme martial arts. Only legendary supremes could create it. Originally, the upper echelons of the human clan didn't expect Yi Chen to succeed in cultivating it in such a short time. They just hoped that Yi Chen could broaden his horizons and have a little understanding of the supreme secret technique. However, the upper echelons of the human clan didn't know that Yi Chen had obtained the inheritance of the supreme three realms in the supreme Holy Land. The supreme three realms was a top-notch expert among the legendary supremes, and he had created several supreme secret techniques. These supreme secret techniques were even more tyrannical than the 5 elements Tao fruit. Yi Chen had only learned a little bit of it. Therefore, it was much easier for him to cultivate the 5 elements Tao fruit, which allowed Yi Chen to cultivate it to the minor completion realm in one go. 5 colored radiance circulated on the surface of Yi Chen's body. Yi Chen held the Sky Dream sword and slashed out fiercely. The Death Sword net was countless times more violent than the most violent storm. It instantly tore the Celestial Demon Emperor's palm print apart. Clang! 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 Black symbols flickered on the Celestial Demon Emperor's body. It seemed like he was enduring a huge pressure. 3 shocks of heaven and earth. The Celestial Demon Emperor roared furiously and slashed out with the 3 shocks of heaven and earth palm. Each wave was more tyrannical than the previous one, and each wave was crazier than the previous one. The space-time trembled and collapsed. Break for me. Becoming one with the sword, Yi Chen used the 5 element slash that he had never used before. Even his body was integrated into it, just to increase the power of this sword. 5 colored radiance flashed as the space-time tide was separated, clashing with the palm energy. Puff! The first to cough up blood was Yi Chen. The 3 shocks of heaven and earth palm was too tyrannical. In front of the vibrating power, all defenses seemed so fragile. Fortunately, the 5 element slash was not to be trifled with. With the circulation of the 5 elements, it was enough to dissolve most of the vibrations. After breaking through the palm energy, Yi Chen used his sword energy and continued to attack the Celestial Demon Emperor. Get lost! The Celestial Demon Emperor waved his palm, blocking the attacks again and again. At this point, the 2 of them had long since gone crazy. The evil Sword Emperor's expression was no longer indifferent. Instead, it became more and more solemn and gloomy. He had never thought that Yi Chen's battle prowess would be so powerful that he could force the Celestial Demon Emperor to such a level. In terms of changes in attack, how could the Celestial Demon Emperor compare to Yi Chen? Finding an opening, Yi Chen turned into a sword light and brushed past the Celestial Demon Emperor's neck. Puff! A huge head flew up. However, the next moment, it was caught by the Celestial Demon Emperor and reattached to his neck, continuing to fight. Let's see how long you can last. In fact, Yi Chen's pure battle prowess was about the same as the Celestial Demon Emperor. However, Yi Chen's battle techniques were too superb, and the Celestial Demon Emperor was much weaker than Yi Chen. This slight difference caused the Celestial Demon Emperor to fall into a passive situation, and the speed at which his energy was consumed was more than 2 times that of Yi Chen. Damn it! How could the Celestial Demon Emperor not know that the situation was very disadvantageous for him? He wanted to break through and surpass himself. Only by surpassing himself could he kill Yi Chen. Everything is over. Yi Chen, who was one with the sword, changed his sword stance. The 5 elements slash turned into the sword burial art. The sword stance froze the Celestial Demon Emperor's body, and then the sword pierced through the Celestial Demon Emperor's body. However, it was not over yet. Yi Chen shuttled back and forth, piercing countless holes on the Celestial Demon Emperor's body. When Yi Chen left the Celestial Demon Emperor's body, the latter was already riddled with holes, and countless sword lights were spurting out. I can't accept this. The Celestial Demon Emperor roared at the sky and turned into ashes. Chapter 1286. With the death of the heavenly demonic emperor, Yi Chen's taut nerves relaxed, and an indescribable exhaustion enveloped his body and soul. The heavenly demonic emperor was too powerful, and the inextinguishable energy in his body was running low. Once it was used up, a single palm from the heavenly demonic emperor would be equivalent to 10 slashes from him. Other than that, it was fortunate that the heavenly demonic emperor's heart, force, realm wasn't high. If it was a little higher than Yi Chen's, or if it was on par with Yi Chen wouldn't be able to freeze the heavenly demonic emperor's body with the sword burial art. Without this, he wouldn't be able to injure the heavenly demonic emperor, not to mention killing him. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The azure spring water boiled, and a dozen drops of water flew out, merging with Yi Chen's body. In an instant, Yi Chen's body and soul returned to their peak state, and his inextinguishable energy was also replenished. He was ready for another battle. Raising his head, Yi Chen looked at the evil sword emperor in the spectators' stand. Their gazes collided from afar, creating invisible sparks. Enveloped by a red pillar of light, the evil sword emperor appeared on the stage. I really didn't expect that the final battle with me would be you. The evil sword emperor took out the cross-shaped sword on his back with a gentle expression. The tip of the sword was lowered to the ground, and his eyes were calm, without a trace of evil aura around him. Who can grasp the future? Isn't this fate? Holding the Sky Dream sword, Yi Chen's sword aura was brewing. That's right, the future can't be grasped, but it can be guided. Let my evil sword of destiny guide you. With a wave of the cross-shaped sword, the violent sword chi turned into a boundless river of sword chi, rushing toward Yi Chen. Before this surging sword chi, a human strength seemed so insignificant, like an ordinary person facing the tide of time. The evil sword emperor didn't make a move, but when he did, he used a sword art that contained destiny. If destiny can be guided, then this isn't the true destiny. The true destiny is high above, unless you can cultivate to the demigod realm. Facing the evil sword emperor's killing move, Yi Chen did not retreat or evade. If he took a step back, his sword force would weaken by a bit. In this situation, the evil sword of destiny might really be able to guide his fate. Taking a step forward, Yi Chen's long hair fluttered in the wind. He raised the heavenly dream, sword high up in the air, then chopped down with all his might. It was the 5 elements cut. Rumble. The 5-colored sword radiance slashed through the waves, splitting apart wave after wave of sword chi river, causing space to shake endlessly. Fate is guided by me. Your fate is destined to be a grave. Rest in peace. The tomb of fate. The evil sword emperor suddenly soared into the sky, his cross-shaped great sword blocking one of the suns above the Shiraba, shining down a cross-shaped shadow that blotted out the sky. The next moment, the cross-shaped shadow wriggled and turned into graves with crosses stuck in them. The largest grave was slowly rising, and Yi Chen, who was above the grave, felt his feet become heavy as an invisible force dragged him down. Behind him, there was an illusory shadow of a cross. What a powerful sword Dao! He actually fused the sword Dao and the Dao of fate together. Yi Chen was shocked. Everyone's sword Dao was different. It was very obvious that the evil sword emperor's sword Dao was the sword Dao of fate. He used fate to pave the way and the sword Dao to guide. Seeing that Yi Chen was about to be buried, a disrespectful sword Qi shot up into the sky. In front of this sword Qi, everything was fake. Everything was just an illusion. This sword Qi was powerful enough to tear apart all the darkness and everything that stood in its way. My sword Dao is open and aboveboard, free and unfettered. It is the purest sword Dao. How are you going to bury me? Peng, the illusory shadow of the cross behind him collapsed. An invisible force beneath his feet was severed. Yi Chen, who was one with the sword, also soared into the sky. Death cleave. Rising to the same height as the evil Sword Emperor, Yi Chen exited the state of one with the sword. He swept out with his sword, and a boundless sword net enveloped the evil Sword Emperor, sealing him from all directions. The evil Sword Emperor's expression did not change. He held the huge cross-shaped sword in front of him. Wang, a huge cross-shaped sword light, protected him, making him look like the ruler of fate. Ding, ding, dang, dang. The sword net cut on the cross-shaped sword light, emitting a crisp sound of metal colliding. They were all bounced off, unable to harm the evil Sword Emperor in the slightest. Everything in the world has a flaw. Break! His figure flashed, and Yi Chen instantly appeared before the evil Sword Emperor. The Sky Dream sword shook, and countless sword lights burst out. No more, no less, exactly 1,000,000. Clearly, he had reached the limit of the number of changes. 5 elements sword art, universal manifestation. Puchi! The cross-shaped sword light bounced off 999,999 sword lights. But the last sword light broke through the protection of the cross-shaped sword light, piercing toward the evil Sword Emperor's forehead. Sword of Fate! The evil Sword Emperor closed his eyes, and an illusory cross-shaped sword shadow shot out from his forehead. Not only did the cross-shaped sword shadow contain a soul attack, but it also contained the evil Sword Emperor's Sword of Fate. Clang! Yi Chen's Sky Dream sword was blocked. In addition, a sword chi-like soul power flowed through the Sky Dream sword, trying to enter Yi Chen's body. The evil Sword Emperor's expression changed. His soul attack had actually been blocked by a protective sword will. Immortal sword will. The evil Sword Emperor looked at Yi Chen. Not bad. Yi Chen pointed out with his left hand, and sword chi erupted, containing the destruction sword will. The evil Sword Emperor also pointed out with his left hand, passing over his right arm and colliding with Yi Chen's sword finger. Boom! A shock wave spread out, and the two were simultaneously sent flying. Praise of Fate! 5 elements, Tao fruit. It was just a test before, and after that, the two brought out their greatest abilities. The evil Sword Emperor, who used the supreme secret art Praise of Fate, was covered in white light, and a faint hymn of fate was being sung. His aura rose infinitely, and his eyes were cold and emotionless, like the eyes of a god. Different from the evil Sword Emperor, Yi Chen's body was covered in 5-colored light, and his eyes contained a soaring sword will. His sharp gaze pierced through everything, tearing apart the sky. Kill! The two clashed. Sword burial art. Yi Chen's sword froze time and space, and dozens of petals fell. Your sword burial art is useless against me. The evil Sword Emperor was not restrained in the slightest, and blocked Yi Chen's attack with his sword. The two's heart sword realm was similar. Although the sword burial art contained the power of time and space and could freeze time and space, the evil Sword Emperor's sword art also contained the power of the Sword Tao Fate, which could resolve unfavorable situations. Take my evil Sword of Fate. Endless evil power erupted, and the evil Sword Emperor's sword began to become strange. It was clearly a straight-line attack, but as soon as Yi Chen counterattacked, the attack's path would become twisted, accompanied by one sword force vortex after another, binding Yi Chen's sword art. It was as if Yi Chen was offering himself to be slaughtered. Startled, Yi Chen hurriedly used the 5 elements sword art peak decline. Sword Tao of Fate, how can you block it? The evil Sword Emperor sneered, and his sword momentum continued to increase. Sword chi began to seep into the 5 elements sword art, destroying its stability. The evil Sword of Fate is so strange. Unfortunately, it has lost the superiority of fate. Heart force erupted, and Yi Chen's 5-element sword art became perfect chaotic element again. Vast sword light spread out, covering the evil Sword Emperor. Unknowingly, the evil Sword Emperor's movements slowed down, and so did his sword speed. Chi! With a flash of sword light, Yi Chun sliced open the evil Sword Emperor's body. After so many battles, Yi Chen's 5-element sword art was constantly improving. Although he might not be able to defend against the Heavenly Devil Emperor's 3-universe shock, it was mainly because the explosive power of the 3-universe shock was too strong, and it could break the 5-element sword art in an instant. However, it could defend against the evil Sword of Fate's attack. After injuring the evil Sword Emperor, Yi Chun was about to finish him off in a spurt of energy. Suddenly, he felt an intense danger, and he couldn't help but teleport dozens of li away. In the next moment, a majestic sword force vortex appeared at his previous location, and the space-time there shattered. Not bad. It wasn't distortion, and it wasn't the collapse of the space-time laws, but direct destruction. Yi Chin, I really have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to break through. Although I'm not a supreme yet, I'm moving towards it. I can feel that my understanding of the Fate Sword Dao is getting deeper and deeper, and my life level is also increasing. The evil Sword Emperor turned around and smiled at Yi Chin. His body was growing taller bit by bit. It didn't seem obvious, but in Yi Chen's eyes, it was undoubtedly happening. Apart from being powerful, a Supreme's life level was also different from an 8th level life and death realm expert. Therefore, they were much taller than ordinary people. For example, the Golden Buddha Supreme was 6 meters tall, which was the normal height of the Golden Buddha Supreme. As for ordinary Supreme beings, they were at least 9 meters tall. Once the evil Sword Emperor reached 9 meters, he would become a true Supreme being, and he would be able to kill Yi Chen with a single breath. Of course, looking at the trend of the evil Sword Emperor's body, it would take at least 1.5 years for him to reach 9 meters. This was because the fundamental evolution of life level was not that fast. Even so, the threat that the evil Sword Emperor brought to Yi Chen was more than 10 times greater than before, and he was growing stronger by the second. Chapter 1287. Whoosh! The evil Sword Emperor raised his cross-shaped sword high. He didn't use any sword technique, just a simple slash. However, this slash had the power to sever space-time. Poochie, a space-time crack spread out. Time seemed to stop, and the entire arena appeared to be in a state of stillness. Only that space-time crack was spreading at the speed of light. The heart sword realm erupted, and Yi Chen's reaction was unprecedentedly powerful. However, he still couldn't catch the trajectory of the space-time crack. Fortunately, Yi Chen had already opened the Netherworld's Sacred Eye. With the help of the Netherworld's Sacred Eye, Yi Chen finally saw a sword chi shuttling through the depths of space-time. This sword chi was 100 times more violent than the 5-element slash. Once hit, Yi Chen wouldn't be able to recover even if he had 10 lives. Swish! Relying on his comprehension of space-time profound, Yi Chen's figure slid, dodging the attack of the sword chi. However, he was still a bit too slow, and his left arm was chopped off. Amazing! If I didn't make a breakthrough like him, I would have died without a doubt. It had always been Yi Chen who made breakthroughs in battle. This time he had finally encountered a peerless genius who could also make a breakthrough in battle. While Yi Chen was extremely fearful, he also felt an absurd trace of joy. This joy came at the wrong time, and even Yi Chen found it strange. Oh, amazing! Your comprehension of time profound should have reached 30%, right? The evil Sword Emperor wasn't in a hurry to kill Yi Chen. Perhaps he felt that Yi Chen was already doomed, and killing him too quickly would be meaningless. Not bad. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute power, it's not worth mentioning. Yi Chen said calmly. His left arm quickly grew back under the effect of the immortal power. Hee, you do know your limits. The evil sword sovereign was somewhat surprised that Yi Chen could remain so calm. He was right. Absolute power could even sever space and time. What could it not do? Of course, if Yi Chen was at the same realm as the evil Sword Emperor, it would be a different story. Using absolute power to sever space-time would require twice the effort for half the result. Moreover, it would only be able to sever space-time in a small area. Once one comprehended the profound space-time profound, they would be able to control space-time over a large area. If others wanted to sever space-time in front of them, they would have to spend 10 or even 100 times the effort. Cut the crap. Today you will die without a doubt. Take my fate cross slash. The evil sword sovereign's aura grew stronger and stronger. Although it would take a year and a half for his vitality to increase, his evil energy and comprehension of martial arts were growing rapidly. The evil sword sovereign slashed out with his cross-shaped great sword in front of his chest, his sword technique containing the trajectory of fate. An illusory chant rang out, and the cross-shaped sword radiance covered the sky and earth. Time and space were not torn apart, but were completely assimilated by the cross-shaped sword radiance, releasing a white glow. Yi Qin wanted to dodge, but he discovered that space-time was actually locked by an invisible force. The current him was like a bird in a cage. Yi Chen's pupils shrank again and again, turning into a small golden lightning flashed in his pupils. But even so, he couldn't see the specific trajectory of the cross-shaped sword radiance. He could only see layers of space-time, like an illusion, being pierced by the cross-shaped sword radiance. The netherworld's sacred eye could only see the traces left behind by the cross-shaped sword radiance. Swish! White light blossomed in front of him, and the huge cross-shaped sword radiance carried an undefiable aura as it suddenly attacked. Yi Chen's thoughts froze in an instant. At this moment, he forgot his own existence. At this moment, he forgot everything. Muddle-headed, he didn't know where he was. Finally, a dot of light appeared. It was a strange light that pierced through the universe, pierced through the primal chaos, and arrived on a small, beautiful planet. An illusory soul floated up, fusing with the strange light. As memories flowed, Yi Chen recalled everything. So, my name is Yi Chen. My arrival in this world is the arrangement of fate. Since I'm here, I've never thought of living an ordinary life. And this isn't my final destination. My final destination, in the endless future, I can't die. I can't die. I can't die. The stubborn will awaken the hidden potential in Yi Chen's body. This potential erupted at a speed that surpassed human comprehension. His qi and blood were blooming with light, his bone marrow was blooming with light, and his soul was blooming with light. Endless light gushed out, intertwined, and finally fused perfectly. As the evil sword sovereign waved his sword, a faint smile appeared on his face. The one who had the last laugh was ultimately him. In his line of sight, Yi Chen had long been submerged by the cross-shaped sword radiance. It's not over yet. Suddenly, a voice came from the depths of space-time. Then, the cross-shaped sword radiance collapsed, and an incomparably sharp and peerless sword chi cut through the locked space-time, slashing towards the evil sword sovereign. Clang! Sparks shone in all directions. The evil sword sovereign was sent flying with a look of disbelief on his face. His eyes stared blankly at the space-time vortex in front of him. From the space-time vortex, Yi Chen walked out step by step. His body was spotless, and his long black hair fluttered with the space-time turbulence, taking root in the void. Now I know why I felt a trace of joy in my heart when you broke through. Because if you break through, it means that I will break through as well. Yi Chen looked at the evil sword sovereign with a smile. The evil sword sovereign took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, I have to admit that you're the most terrifying opponent I've ever met in my life. Even the celestial demonic emperor is far from being as terrifying as you are. Unfortunately, you broke through after me. In a short period of time, my martial arts realm has improved by leaps and bounds. Do you think you're a match for me? Before breaking through, the strength of both parties was about the same, and the difference wasn't that big. It was a competition of who broke through first. After all, the earlier one broke through, the longer the improvement time. Oh, is that so? Why do I feel that I'm also improving very quickly? It seems like a long time has passed just now. Yi Chen spread out his left hand and made a grabbing motion. An illusory space-time cube appeared in his hand and slowly rotated in Yi Chen's palm. This is 50% time profound. No, 60% time profound. The evil sword sovereign had an unprecedented trace of jealousy. At their realm, they basically had to comprehend the space-time profound. Before breaking through, his time profound was only at 10% realm. After breaking through, his time profound reached 30% realm. He originally thought that his progress was fast enough, and when he became an autarch, he would be able to grasp 40% time profound. However, compared to Yi Chen, he paled in comparison. It must be known that the higher one's time profound was, the harder it was to comprehend. Yi Chen's breakthrough from 30% realm to 60% realm was more than 100 times more difficult than his breakthrough from 10% realm to 30% realm. Even if your time profound has reached 60% realm, so what? Our heart sword realm is the same. My fate sword art can even resolve any unfavorable situation. The sword burial art is still useless against me. The evil sword sovereign's sword aura exploded, and a strange fate evil sword attacked towards Yi Chen. This time, the fate evil sword art was hundreds of times stronger than before. I forgot to tell you that my green lotus sword spell has already broken through to the supreme level. My green lotus sword domain has also reached the peak of the 8th level. Activating his sword energy, green lotuses appeared one after another around Yi Chen. Before the evil sword emperor's fate evil sword could even touch Yi Chen, it was blocked outside. Chapter 1288. The difference between the late stage of the 8th level and the peak of the 8th level was huge. The late stage of the 8th level meant that you had already used the 8th level of the sword domain to a mature level, and the peak of the 8th level meant that you had fully developed the power of the 8th level of the sword domain. And the supreme cultivation method was even more amazing. With the supreme cultivation method, the level of energy was no longer the same. A single strand of energy could cause great destruction. In addition, the supreme cultivation method contained the mysteries of the universe, and the method of using energy had reached perfection. With his protective sword Yuan and green lotus sword realm, Yi Chen was able to block out the full power attack of the evil sword emperor. It was all because of the usage of his sword Yuan. If one observed carefully, one would be able to see that his protective sword Yuan was made up of countless tiny triangles, which could disperse and absorb external power. Impossible. The evil sword emperor's eyes widened as he attacked Yi Chen again. Yi Chen shook his head and made a grabbing motion with his left hand. Puff! The evil sword emperor's sword chi was like a swallow returning to its nest. Yi Chen accurately grasped its trajectory, and it walked right into the space-time cube. The cube collapsed, and the evil sword emperor's sword chi appeared behind him strangely, bombarding fiercely. Wah! A large amount of blood sprayed out. It was already extremely lucky that the evil sword emperor was still alive after taking on his most powerful attack. Death cut. Yi Chen didn't plan to play with the evil sword emperor any longer, and the death cut was instantly unleashed. The current death cut was more than 1,000 times more powerful than before. With a wave of the sword, the space-time was shattered. The evil sword emperor seemed to be sealed in a huge transparent crystal, and then completely shattered, turning into millions of tiny crystals. Fate makes fools of people. The evil sword emperor's voice faded away with the wind. Is he finally going to become a supreme? After killing the evil sword emperor, Yi Chen sighed. In an era where true gods couldn't appear, supreme was already the peak. As for demigods, they were also supreme, just with a bit of God's power. The lifespan of a supreme was no longer 100,000 years, but more than 100,000 years. As for how long they could live, it varied from person to person. But it wasn't impossible to live over 1,000,000 years. Of course, only legendary supreme could do that. Once one became a supreme, He would be qualified to roam the entire universe and explore the ultimate mysteries of the universe, such as the heavenly river, hell, miracles, and many more. No one knew how many mysteries there were in the universe. Perhaps only true gods knew, but true gods couldn't appear. Demigods were already the limit, and their power would probably be suppressed by the universe. Let me think about it first. Just like the evil sword sovereign, he was only advancing towards the supremacy level. He had yet to become a supremacy, because in order to become a supremacy, he had to do his best to break through the supremacy tribulation. If he couldn't pass it, it would all be for naught. The azure spring water boiled, and a whole 10,000 drops of it flew toward Yi Qin, entering his body. Crackle! His bones, blood, and soul underwent earth-shattering changes. His evolution speed had increased by more than 100 times. At this speed, he would be able to complete his life evolution in a few days. Just as Yi Chen was thinking about how to get out, the arena's environment changed drastically, turning into a boundless mountain range. Each mountain was larger than a planet, and floating within the mountains was not a simple white mist. Instead, it was ribbons of light that looked like galaxies, shining in all sorts of colors. In the sky, there was a sun and a moon. Such a terrifying natural energy. Yi Qin stood on top of one of the most majestic peaks, sensing the Yuan Qi around him. He could not help but be shocked. The structure of the Yuan Qi here was very complicated, way more complicated than the Yuan Qi inside the Yuan stones. Training here would be much easier than training with the Yuan stones, and he would not have to worry about not having enough Yuan stones to make a breakthrough. Let's break through here. Yi Qin didn't think too much. He sat down and started to operate his supreme art, the Green Lotus Sword spell. The current Green Lotus Sword arts were extremely mysterious, as if a galaxy was revolving. Correspondingly, the efficiency was countless times higher. After circulating a dozen laps, Yi Chen felt the supreme realm bottleneck loosen. When it reached the 36th laps, the supreme realm bottleneck loudly shattered, and boundless Yuan Qi poured into Yi Chen's body from all directions. Outside, what's going on? Is the battle not over yet? I guess they're evenly matched. It won't be that easy to decide the winner. Yeah, let's wait a little longer. There will be a winner eventually. Some of the supreme projections discussed among themselves. 1 zhang, 2 zhang, 3 zhang. Yi Chen's height kept changing. From a normal human's height to 3 zhang, he was around 10 meters tall. Even sitting there, he was twice as tall as before. He looked like a god sitting in meditation, and a terrifying pressure was released without restraint. Yi Chen was the center of everything. It's still growing. Yi Chen's body and soul were numb. The evolution of life didn't only affect his body, but his soul as well. At 3 zhang, his physical body was many times stronger. His spirit body had reached the mid-8th rank, and the quality and density of his soul were also increasing crazily. Every movement of his seemed to contain the power of a galaxy. Apart from that, his sword energy was also increasing, close to 100 times. The cyan sword energy didn't have a single trace of impurity, and was thousands of times purer than the purest crystal. No wonder no matter how strong a quasi-sovereign is, they can't surpass a supreme. They can't even compare to 1,000th of a supreme. A quasi-sovereign and a supreme are two completely different life forms. One is a mid-tier life form, while the other is a high-tier life form. No amount of effort can make up for the difference. A supreme can kill the strongest quasi-sovereign with a single breath. The changes in his body allowed Yi Chen to clearly understand the difference between a supreme and a quasi-sovereign. 3 zhang and 5 zhang. 3 zhang and 8 zhang. For zhang, Yi Chen's height was still growing. It was because Yi Chen's foundation was too deep, and he had refined more than 10,000 drops of azure spring water. One had to know that a supreme strength wasn't measured by height, but height was also a part of one's strength. The taller one was, the more robust one's foundation was. 3 zhang was the foundation of an ordinary supreme, 4 zhang was the foundation of a supreme supreme, and 5 zhang was the foundation of a supreme supreme. As for the Golden Buddha Supreme, it was mainly because he cultivated the 9 transformations of the golden body that he could reach 6 zhang. Therefore, the foundation of a Golden Buddha Supreme is higher than that of the true Martial Supreme and Heavenly Devil Supreme. 4 zhang and 2 zhang, 4 zhang and 3 zhang, 4 zhang and 5 zhang, 4 zhang and 8 zhang. When Yi Chen's height reached 4 zhang, his height finally stopped growing. At the same time, the sky darkened and chaotic lightning flashed. This was the sign of the supreme tribulation. The more robust one's foundation was, the more terrifying the supreme tribulation would be. Yi Chen knew this. Chapter 1289. Kacha! A bolt of chaotic lightning as thick as a water bucket descended from the sky, fiercely striking at Yi Chen. Before it even got close, the electric current had already turned the majestic mountain beneath Yi Chen's feet into a jade mountain filled with lightning. The internal structure of the mountain was clearly visible to everyone's eyes. Yi Chen didn't dare to let the chaotic lightning strike his body. Although his current foundation allowed him to withstand a few bolts of lightning without suffering any injuries, the next supreme tribulation would definitely be more violent. He had to maintain his peak condition from start to finish, and he couldn't afford to take any risks. Raising the Sky Dream Sword, Yi Chen slashed at the lightning. The peerless sword Qi shattered the chaotic lightning into pieces, and the remaining lightning turned into a net of electricity, covering Yi Chen's body. Crackle! Yi Chen's entire body was bathed in electricity, and some of the impurities on his body that couldn't be seen were refined into nothingness by the lightning. The evolution of my life level is even faster. Yi Chen could feel that the evolution of his life level had sped up a lot. Soon, the second bolt of chaotic lightning arrived. This time it was like a heavenly saber, and it was extremely fast. It slashed at Yi Chen, and the surrounding time-space cracked black. Clang! Yi Chen shattered the Chaos Sky Saber with a single sword strike. The third supreme tribulation was a house-sized ball of chaotic lightning that contained a terrifying power of lightning. In front of this power, time seemed to stop and space seemed to retreat. Only the rumbling of the chaotic lightning balls could be heard. With the death cleave, Yi Chen passed the third tribulation. Next was the fourth tribulation. The fifth tribulation was even more terrifying. The fourth tribulation was a sea of blades and swords formed by chaotic lightning. When it slashed down, it was as though there were countless heaven-defying, quasi-sovereigns attacking Yi Chen, giving off a feeling of impenetrable despair. The fifth tribulation was an ancient lightning cannon formed by chaotic lightning. Lightning condensed at the mouth of the cannon, and it was constantly brewing. An aura that could destroy heaven and earth was emitted from it. When it didn't attack, it would shake the heavens and earth. After passing the first 5 tribulations with great difficulty, the 6th tribulation arrived. The 6th tribulation was different from the previous 5. It evolved from the chaotic nature into yin and yang lightning, and it was equivalent to a supreme yin and yang profound martial art that attacked Yi Chen. Within the dark clouds, yin-yang lightning balls, yin-yang Tao diagrams, and even black and white palms appeared. Crackle! The yin-yang lightning sphere was the first to descend, exploding on Yi Chen's body like a series of cannons, bursting forth with thousands of lightning sparks. Then the yin-yang Tao diagram descended, trying to erase Yi Chen's life imprint. The most frightening thing was the distinct black and white palms. Yi Chen even suspected that these palms belonged to Supremes, and they were attacking him. His body was charred black. Yi Chen had crossed the 6th tribulation. If the 6th tribulation was yin-yang heavenly tribulation, then the 7th tribulation was the 5 elements heavenly tribulation. The dark clouds in the sky slowly parted, and a giant mountain filled with 5-colored lightning appeared. This was the 5 elements Thunder Mountain. According to the records, 50% of Supremes would die beneath the 5 elements Thunder Mountain when they crossed the Supreme Tribulation. Once the 5 elements Thunder Mountain pressed down, no matter how great one's abilities were, they would still be pressed down, unable to move. Then they would be refined into ash, more dead than dead. Yi Chen was very clear that he could not allow the 5 elements Thunder Mountain to fall on his body. Therefore, he attacked it with all his might. Death cleave, 5 elements slash, sword burial art. Yi Chen used all the sword skills he could use. The 5 elements Thunder Mountain was slashed open one after another. Break for me! With a loud roar, Yi Chen once again slashed out with a 5-colored sword chi, colliding with the 5 elements Thunder Mountain. Pum! The 5 elements Thunder Mountain exploded. Countless rays of light flickered between the heaven and earth. Even his soul power felt like it was being burned. Before Yi Chen could take a breather, the tribulation clouds in the sky boiled intensely. A boundless and terrifying aura was unfathomable. Thunder and lightning explosions resounded throughout the sky, filling the atmosphere with emptiness. At the same time, a spear the size of a planet poked out from the tribulation clouds. The tip of the spear flickered with lightning. Occasionally, 1 or 2 lightning arcs would be attracted by the ground and sweep down, plowing the mountains into pieces. Judgment, tribulation. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed into slits. Supreme's tribulations were divided into different levels. For ordinary Supremes, they only needed to cross the 7th tribulation, the 5 elements Thunder Mountain. Only Supremes with extremely deep foundations and strength would face the 8th tribulation, the Judgment Tribulation. The Judgment Tribulation was the judgment of the universe. When the Judgment Spear descended, even Supremes would have to retreat. This was because the Judgment Spear would become stronger when facing strong opponents. If Supremes were swept up by it, they would suffer a destructive blow. Good timing! Yi Chen's eyes shot out 2 beams of light that were thousands of meters long. As his battle intent surged, his green lotus sword realm expanded to its limit. Countless mountain-sized green lotuses bloomed in the air. With a rough look, there were at least thousands of them. In the center of the green lotus sword realm, Yi Chen's body shone with a circle of green light. It was his protective sword yuan. 2 layers of defense had been activated, but Yi Chen felt that it was still not enough. He performed the 5 elements sword art. 5-colored sword light filled the air, turning into a 5-colored light ball that enveloped Yi Chen. Amidst the rumbling thunder, the Judgment Spear finally pierced toward Yi Chen. Millions of lightning snakes coiled around the spear, further increasing its might. Rip! Almost effortlessly, Yi Chen's green lotus sword domain was pierced through by the Judgment Spear. In the next second, his protective sword yuan was also pierced through. Dang! Fortunately, the 5-element sword art was powerful enough. It finally blocked the Judgment Spear. The 2 were in a stalemate. Gradually, the Judgment Spear could not hold on anymore. It scattered into countless lightning snakes, turning the mountains into a sea of lightning snakes. The last trial I have passed it. From now on, I will be free and unfettered in the universe. Yi Chen raised his head and looked at the tribulation clouds. He had a premonition that his supreme tribulation would be the most powerful supreme tribulation of the 9th level. The tribulation clouds did not disperse. Yi Chen's premonition had come true. Under Yi Chen's gaze, the tribulation clouds collapsed crazily. They eventually turned into a 10 million meter tall phantom that stood on the tribulation clouds. Lightning dragons coiled around the phantom's body, and a destructive aura filled the air. The phantom reached out his right hand. In his hand, lightning was violent. Another Judgment Spear was formed. It was even more condensed and terrifying than the previous one. Thunder God Phantom. Yi Chen took a deep breath. Thunder God was a true god. The moment he became a true God, a part of his will merged with the universe, replacing the universe to carry out the thunder, punishment, heaven, tribulation. The phantom of thunder God appeared in the sky, carrying the power to destroy the world. At this moment, Yi Qin not only had to deal with the universe's will, but also the thunder god's will. You really think highly of me. Yi Qin had seen the will of the puppet true God in hell. Naturally, he knew how terrifying the will of a true God was. Of course, the thunder god's will in front of him was only one of the billions of thunder god's will. The stronger the person going through the trial, the stronger the thunder god's will. It was impossible for a complete thunder god's will to appear. Otherwise, even a demigod would not be able to go through. Chapter 1290. The thunder god's face could not be seen clearly. Only his eyes were like two abyss-like whirlpools of lightning. He stared at Yi Qin, and with a flick of his right hand, the spear of judgment shot towards Yi Qin. Boom! Yi Qin did not know how loud the sound of creation was. He only knew that the spear shot out by the thunder god was countless times louder than any sound he had ever heard in his life. It was as if what was thrown out was not the spear of judgment, but a bolt of lightning condensed from the primal chaos. It seemed as if it would blow up the heavens and the earth, pierce through the universe, and turn everything in front of him into ashes. Yi Qin did not have the time to think about how horrifying this spear was. The only thought in his mind was to increase his power at all costs. Facing this spear of judgment, if he did not increase his power beyond his limit, he would be blown into nothingness, and even his soul would be shattered into pieces. Above his head, the 5 elements, Tao, fruit, appeared. When he was a quasi-sovereign, the 5 elements, Tao fruit, could increase Yi Qin's strength by more than 10 times. Now that he was a sovereign, the 5 elements, Tao fruit, could at most increase his strength by 1 or 2 times, unless he could cultivate it to the great accomplishment or even the great perfection realm. But to be able to increase it by 1 or 2 times was already very good. It was better than no increase at all. At the same time, Yi Qin's sword energy circulated at a speed 10 times faster than before. On the surface of his body, flowers of blood bloomed. This was a sign that his sword energy was circulating too fast. Not enough. Yi Qin roared. He continued to accelerate the circulation of his sword energy. 15 times, 20 times, 30 times, 50 times. This method of killing 1,000 enemies at the cost of 800 oneself would not be used under normal circumstances, unless it was a moment of certain death, because once it was used, it would cause great damage to the body, and it would cause the sovereign's life imprint to collapse. But right now, Yi Qin did not care so much. If he could not withstand this calamity, there would be no future, so he might as well give it a try. Crackle! Yi Qin was 48 feet tall. Large amounts of blood burst out, converging into rivers of blood that dyed the majestic mountain below red. After doing all this, the spear of judgment came crashing down. Sword burial art. Yi Qin, who was bathed in blood, displayed his strongest sword burial technique so far. As this sword was unleashed, nearly 200 petals swept down, and the terrifying sword momentum slightly froze the judgment spear for a moment. Although this momentary pause seemed insignificant, sometimes it was this small gap that would cause you to die without a burial place. The spear of judgment, which had paused for a second, continued to fall. It tore open the green lotus sword realm, pierced through Yi Qin's sword burial spell and Yi Qin's protective sword yuan, and finally landed heavily on Yi Qin's body. Rumble. The majestic mountain that was filled with lightning was instantly annihilated. Yi Qin was blasted deep into the ground. Looking down, he couldn't see the bottom at all. It was pitch black, and he didn't know how deep it was. The tribulation clouds gradually dispersed, and the phantom of the thunder god dissipated. Only the broken mountains and the flickering electric arcs were left. The bottomless pit in the middle of the mountains was quiet, and only the slight sound of the electric arcs could be heard. Did I finally make it through? A pile of bloody flesh flew out of the deep pit. The flesh wriggled and turned into a huge, naked human figure. It was indeed Yi Qin. The judgment spear continued to tear open the green lotus sword realm, the sword burial spell, and the protective sword yuan. Even so, Yi Qin was almost smashed into pieces. It was half luck that he was able to make it through. But Yi Qin looked at his body and forced a smile. He was in a bad situation right now. His life mark had been destroyed a lot, and his lifespan had probably been reduced by a lot. His power was only 1/10 of what it used to be, and his original height of 48 meters had shrunk to around 10 meters. It was easy to see how much damage the judgment spear had done to his body. However, Yi Qin had worried for nothing. The moment he flew out of the deep pit, the time and space around him changed, and he appeared in the arena again. Above the arena, the Shura spring water was boiling, and a stream of Shura spring water flew towards him, merging into his body. With a rough look, there were no less than 100,000 drops of Shura spring water. In an instant, Yi Qin's life mark had been repaired, and it had become much deeper. His power had improved further, reaching a realm that even he himself was not too sure about. The biggest change was still his body. He had grown from 48 meters to 15 meters in an instant. It should be known that the height of a supreme being would be harder to grow as one progressed. Moreover, 48 meters and 15 meters were two completely different levels. One was the foundation of a powerful supreme being, and the other was the foundation of a super supreme being. Of course, this did not mean that Yi Qin's power was that of a super supreme being. The foundation was just the foundation, and it was only a part of one's power. It was not the whole of one's power. In terms of martial arts, he was weaker than most of the ordinary supreme beings, and he still needed a long time to perfect his supreme martial arts. A supreme being is indeed a supreme being. Without relying on the netherworld's sacred eye, just his eyesight alone, Yi Qin could see through the surface space-time and see the layers of folded space-time. Everything seemed transparent in his eyes, turning into pure dots, lines, and surfaces. Outside the bronze gate, not only did the number of people not decrease, it actually increased. Everyone wanted to see who would be the final victor. Would it be the celestial demonic emperor, the evil sword emperor, the martial emperor, or even Yi Qin? Most people believed that it would be the celestial demonic emperor and the evil sword emperor. Most people believed that it would be the martial emperor. The martial emperor was a bit older, and although he was first on the quasi-venerable list, his potential was much lower. As for Yi Qin, very few people believed that he would be able to walk out. It wasn't that they doubted his potential and talent, but that Yi Qin's cultivation time was too short compared to the other three. No matter how great his talent and potential were, he would still need some time to increase his strength. It was impossible to achieve it in one go. The number of Supreme Being projections outside the Bronze Gate increased from more than 20 to more than 30, and 5 of them were from the Spirit Clan. Listen, if the last one to come out, protect him with all your strength. If it's the evil Sword Emperor, just ignore him. If it's the Martial Emperor and that rising genius, kill them for me. Kill them as soon as possible. Otherwise, the human clan will have another Supreme Being with infinite potential, and there will be endless troubles in the future. The celestial demonic venerable transmitted his voice to the Supreme Being, projections of the demons. Don't worry, we're all prepared. A Supreme Being projection of the demons replied. On the human clan's side, the true martial Supreme Being was also giving the same orders. He's coming out. At this moment, everyone saw a black dot fly out from the Bronze Gate. The black dot was getting bigger and bigger. Pup, it appeared. It wasn't the celestial demonic emperor, nor the evil sword emperor, nor the martial emperor, but the one who was the least favored, Yi Qin. What was even more shocking was that Yi Qin's height was actually 15 zhang. They could see that 15 zhang was the most natural height, and it wasn't a deliberate increase. He has become a supreme being. Everyone's jaws dropped and their eyes widened. Kill. Dozens of Supreme Being projections of the demons, the Evil Spirit Clan, and the Green Man Clan attacked Yi Qin. However, the Supreme Being projections of the Human Clan, the Giant Clan, and the Barbarian race weren't slow either, and they quickly intercepted them. Unfortunately, there was one more Supreme Being projection on the demon side. He didn't stop them, and he instantly arrived in front of Yi Qin. "You want to kill me with just a projection?" Yi Qin's Sky Dream Sword had already been destroyed. He raised his sword finger and stabbed out. Chapter 1291. Pa! A pitch-black hole appeared in the space-time. Yi Qin and the Supreme Demon's projection each took a dozen steps back. What? The Supreme Demon's projection was blocked. That's way too sick. He just became a supremacy, and he already has such battle power. The projection had about 1/10 of a supremacy's battle power, and a new supremacy couldn't cultivate a supreme martial art to great completion at the moment of promotion. Therefore, no matter how heaven-defying he was, he couldn't defeat an ordinary supremacy, not even 1/100th of an ordinary supremacy. Of course, this was only the moment of promotion. If he had enough time to increase his strength, everything would be different. However, in everyone's eyes, Yi Qin was obviously different. He had just become a supremacy, and he had already displayed such powerful strength. He actually blocked it? Supreme Demon River's face was full of disbelief. Apart from supremacy, those below the supremacy level couldn't see the status of a supremacy's projection. Supreme Demon River wasn't an ordinary supremacy, but a powerful supremacy. Even if he only had 1/10 of his strength, he was still many times stronger than an ordinary supremacy. And Yi Qin was just a new supremacy, but he could actually block an attack with 80% of his strength. 15 zhang tall, but there's no reason. After the shock, a suspicious look flashed through Demon River's face. Yi Qin's height was indeed shocking. 15 meters was the height of a super supreme warrior. But he was clear that it was only because of the foundation, which was only a small part of one's power. The true embodiment of a supreme warrior's power was the domain, the martial will, and the supreme martial arts. Among them, the supreme martial arts were the most important. Only Yi Qin himself knew that apart from supreme martial arts, he wasn't weaker than a powerful supremacy in any other aspect. His sword domain had reached the peak of the 8th level, and his two supreme sword intents were both at the intermediate stage of the 8th level, which was equivalent to the ordinary sword intent of the intermediate stage of the 9th level. His cultivation technique was also a supremacy cultivation technique, and his sword energy was even stronger than a powerful supremacy. Demon River, what's wrong with you? You can't even deal with a new supremacy. A female supremacy's projection of the demons said with dissatisfaction while fighting with the human supremacy's projection. Supreme Demon River's face darkened. I was too careless just now. Brat die. The Devil River sovereign lunged at Yi Qin once again. This time he did not hold back and executed his ultimate move, the Devil River God's Palm. His palms turned into two roaring rivers that surged toward Yi Qin. Sword Burial Art. Among all of Yi Qin's supreme martial arts, the sword burial art was definitely the strongest. This was mainly because the space-time sword art could increase its power the most directly. As long as the time ultimacy increased, the sword burial art's power would also increase correspondingly. As for the other supreme sword arts, he still had to slowly study them. More than 200 flower petals danced in the air. In the next moment, a powerful sword qi burst forth and tore apart the demonic river palm force. That was not all. Yi Qin's sword move changed, and he performed the space-time sword technique's death slash. It seemed as though he wanted to destroy the opponent's projection in one fell swoop. Little bastard, how dare you! Supreme Demon River flew into a rage, out of humiliation. He couldn't take down Yi Qin in front of so many people. He had already lost all his face. Now he was being counterattacked by his opponent. How could he not be angry? A sound akin to a tsunami erupted as sovereign Devil River struck out with the boundless Devil River of the Devil River god's palm. The might of his palm was boundless and endless. Swish! The death slash and the boundless demon river collided. A miraculous scene occurred. With the two of them as the center, countless 3D cubes were blasted away. They were like transparent building blocks that had been piled up for a long time being struck by an external force. These 3D cubes had the power of space-time on the outside, while the power of the palm was like water on the inside. However, Supreme Demon River was not someone to be trifled with. The boundless demon river god's death slash was boundlessly powerful. Yi Chen's death slash had the upper hand in the beginning, but as time went on, it gradually lost its strength and was engulfed by the boundless demon river. As expected of a veteran supreme demon, Yi Chen's expression did not change. He executed extreme prosperity decline to protect himself. Pung pung pung. The boundless demon river god's death slash bombarded the multicolored sphere again and again. However, those with discerning eyes could see that Yi Chen's defensive sword art was extremely miraculous. The moment the palm force came into contact with it, it would immediately disperse and weaken. Powerful. The heavens have blessed our human race. Seeing that Yi Chen had blocked the attacks of Supreme Demon River's projection, the other Supreme Demon River projections were overjoyed. The human race has picked up a treasure this time. Give him 100 or 200 years, and he will definitely become one of the strongest Supreme Demons. The Supreme Demon River projections of the Giant Race and Barbarian Race were filled with envy. There were only a few Supreme Demons in each race. The stronger the Supreme Demons were, the greater the potential of the race's high-end combat power. After all, the stronger Supreme Demons had the chance to become a Supreme Demon. If there were not a lot of them, then there would definitely be a shortage of Supreme Demons in the future. Damn it. Why is this kid the only one who came out alive? The most depressed ones were the demons. They had thought that the final victor would be the Sky Devil Emperor and the evil Sword Emperor. With the relationship between the two of them, they would not kill each other. It would be a good thing no matter who came out. However, it was not the two of them. Instead, it was an overly young genius of the human race. The evil Sword Emperor is a peerless genius of our evil spirit race. His death will be a great loss. What's wrong with Supreme Demon River? Why can't he do anything to him? The evil spirit race's supreme demons were also furious. Supreme Demon River did not believe it and attacked Yi Chen crazily. However, Yi Chen had already matured. In terms of strength, he was only slightly weaker than Supreme Demon River's projection. No matter how hard Supreme Demon River tried, he could not do anything to him. Demon River, sacrifice this projection and kill him quickly. At this moment, a voice entered Supreme Demon River's ears. Supreme Demon River shuddered. It was the Sky Devil Sovereign's voice. All right. Supreme Demon River nodded and stared at Yi Chen with killing intent. Little bastard, you don't have any chance. Die. Supreme Demon River's energy surged, and his demonic energy circulated 10 times faster than his limit. There was a limit to the projection's endurance. This was also why the projection's strength was only 1/10 of the original. Once it exceeded this limit, the projection would collapse, and the original body would also be injured. However, Supreme Demon River could not care so much. Since the Sky Devil Sovereign had spoken, he had to listen. Danger. How could Yi Chen not see that Supreme Demon River's projection wanted to sacrifice this projection to kill him? He immediately fled into the distance. Where are you going? Supreme Demon River quickly chased after him. His speed became faster and faster. With the Netherworld's sacred eye opened, Yi Chen's control over space-time was close to the limit. Originally, his time profound was only at 60%. Now, with the Netherworld's sacred eye, it was close to 80%. The 5 elements Dao fruit on his head also increased Yi Chen's strength by several times. Like a shooting star, Yi Chen passed through layer after layer of space-time. Supreme Demon River's projection was like maggots attached to bones, chasing after him. Rumble. In the depths of space-time, a huge explosion rang out. Boundless space-time storms spread out, creating waves of ripples. Some stars that encountered the ripples immediately turned into dust. Chapter 1292. Did he succeed? The Sky Demon Sovereign's projection shook off Supreme True Marshal's projection with a palm strike and looked at the place where Yi Chen and Supreme Demon River's projection had disappeared. However, the space-time storms were coming one after another, making it impossible to see clearly. Even with the Sky Demon Sovereign's projection's eyesight, he could only vaguely see a figure standing there. I hope he'll be fine. Supreme True Marshal's projection also looked in that direction. The space-time storm gradually dispersed, and the Supreme Marshal's projections saw clearly that the one who survived was Yi Chen. Good fella. Supreme Demon River sacrificed a projection and still couldn't kill him. He's definitely a powerful Supreme. Humph, the demons should give up this time. Even if they don't want to give up, they have to. Everyone here is a projection. Once Supreme Demon River's projection is destroyed, the demons won't be able to deal with this kid. The Supreme Marshal's projections of the Human Race Alliance discussed. That was close. Yi Chen still had a lingering fear in his heart. Once Devil River's projection went all out, his strength would increase by 100-fold, and he would be 1,000 times more powerful than him. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, he relied on the advantage of his space-time profound to avoid the direct attack range of Devil River. Swoosh! Yi Chen flew towards the Bronze Gate and intentionally avoided the Supreme Marshal's projection. Sky Demon Venerable's projection's face was gloomy. If my real body was here, with the Sky Demon's sacred armor and bloodthirst spear, I could kill this kid without any defense. With the Sky Demon's sacred armor, Supreme True Marshal couldn't hurt him. He could take a few attacks and kill Yi Chen, but now he was just a projection and could easily collapse. Forget it. A powerful Supreme won't affect the overall situation. Sky Demon Venerable's projection ordered a retreat. Let's go back first. Seeing the demons and the other Supreme projections leave, Supreme True Marshal's projection heaved a sigh of relief and ordered them to return to the human race's territory. It was too dangerous here. He looked at Yi Chen and said with a smile, Yi Chen, come with us to the 9-turned star. The 9 Revolution Star was the largest 9th-level life star in the 4 major life star regions. The high-level figures of the human race had established their headquarters there, and under normal circumstances, even sovereigns would stay on the 9 Revolution Star for many years. Of course, every sovereign would have their own continent to live on. The 9 Revolution Star had a total of 81 continents, some large and some small. There's no rush. I will go to the 9 Revolution Star in a week. Yi Chen still had to take care of other matters. After becoming a supreme being, he needed a large amount of time to consolidate his cultivation and cultivate his martial arts. Therefore, he had to make a trip back first. All right, let's meet on the 9 Revolution Star. As a fellow sovereign, Supreme True Marshal naturally had to respect Yi Chen's decision. Waiting until the sovereign's projections left, Yi Chen waved his hand. Su Jing, Murong Qingqing, and the rest felt the space-time warp. Before long, they arrived on the Flame Star. So fast! The golden-robed emperor clicked his tongue. Although the human race's territory was relatively close to the spirit race's territory, it was still several tens of thousands of light years away. Yi Chen, you've truly become a sovereign. Murong Qingqing raised her head and looked at Yi Chen, feeling like she was dreaming. She knew how difficult it was to become a sovereign. It was thousands of times harder than breaking through from Sea of Soul realm to Life and Death realm. Yi Chen faintly smiled and nodded. At the same time, his body began to shrink to the height of an ordinary human. The war between the human race and the demons is imminent. For a long time, I might have to cultivate on the 9 Revolution star. If you need anything, you can find me there. Yi Chen said to everyone, "Of course. I haven't been to the 9 Revolution star yet. If I say your name, I should be able to get in without any obstruction." Up until the time they separated, the golden-robed emperor and the rest of Dugu Ju's group were still in shock. In merely 600 years, Yi Chen had become a sovereign. This was an absolutely world-shaking achievement. Not to mention them, even if some of the ancient geniuses were to be revived, they wouldn't be able to compare to Yi Chen. He was simply a monster among monsters. In the next few days, Yi Chen reunited with his family. As his cultivation base increased, the time he spent with his family became less and less. Fortunately, the people closest to him had all become life and death kings with a lifespan of 100,000 years. Thus, Yi Chen didn't have to worry about not having a chance to reunite with them in the future. A week later, Yi Chen left. Before leaving, he planted a sword seed in the souls of his family, disciple and girlfriend. This sword seed contained the might of a sovereign, but its weakness was that it consumed a lot of yuan qi. Yi Chen couldn't give too many sword seeds at once. The consumption was too great. The white tiger star was close to the center of the 4 great life star fields. There was a colossal life star with a diameter of 1.5 billion li observing from afar. One could see that this star's terrain was in the shape of an ocean, precisely 9 circles around it. This star was precisely the 9 Revolution star. In Supreme Pavilion, be it humans or beasts, all the sovereigns had arrived. This was because today was the day of the new sovereign, Yi Chen's arrival. Facing such a young sovereign, everyone had to give him some face. True Marshal Supreme had also secretly communicated with the other sovereigns, telling them to maintain a good relationship with Yi Chen. Yi Chen, welcome to the 9 Revolution star. True Marshal Supreme led the group to greet him. Yi Chen cupped his fists. Everyone is too polite. Yi Chen has just arrived. If there's anything I've done wrong, don't hesitate to tell me. Yi Chen will correct his mistakes. Supreme Langya smiled. Before you became a sovereign, Qin Xin and I were the youngest sovereigns. Now that you've appeared, you've broken our record. Let's exchange some pointers in the future. Langya is right. Supreme Qin Xin was also very curious about Yi Chen. It was rare to see such a young sovereign. She might be able to learn something from him. She didn't think that the longer one cultivated, the more qualified they were. As the saying goes, the more capable one is the teacher. In terms of cultivation speed, Yi Chen had left them in the dust. Since ancient times, they had learned that the young were the ones to be feared. Definitely, Yi Chen also wanted to learn something from him. For example, some secrets that those below the sovereign realm didn't know. The universe was too big, no one dared to say that they were omniscient. Yi Chen, you probably don't know me, but I've seen you on the Green Dragon Star. The one who spoke was a muscular middle-aged man with a bronze crown on his head. You're the sovereign of the dragon race. Yi Chen could feel the boundless dragon power in his body. Supreme Langya introduced, "This is the bronze sovereign of the dragon race. He's one of the strongest sovereigns in the human race." The bronze sovereign was the strongest sovereign apart from the supreme sovereigns. The dragon race had an even stronger sovereign, the golden sovereign. The golden sovereign was a supreme sovereign. Unfortunately, he had been missing for many years. No one knew where he went. Yi Chen wasn't surprised that the bronze sovereign knew about him. He had been to the Green Dragon Star many times, so he must have noticed him. Next, Yi Chen got to know all the sovereigns. Every single one of them was amazed by Yi Chen's youth. It was also the first time Yi Chen knew that the ultimate strength of the human race was powerful. On the other hand, the ultimate strength of the demons was terrifying. Chapter 1293. Langya, Take Yi Chen to choose a continent. After Yi Chen had talked with almost all the other Supremes, Supreme True Marshal instructed Langya. All right, Yi Chen, follow me. Supreme Langya nodded and looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen followed behind Supreme Langya. In the sky above the 9 Revolution Star, Supreme Langya said while leading the way, the 9 Revolution Star has 81 continents. Some of them are public and the rest can be chosen at will. Of course, one must choose the ownerless ones. Currently, there are 24 ownerless continents on the 9 Revolution Star. Wind Forest Continent, Fire Rock Continent, Sky Chin Continent. Each continent has its own specialties. Wind Forest Continent has more forests, and its winds are also quite strong. Moreover, these are not ordinary winds, but God-destroying gales that even 8th layer life and death monarchs would have to struggle to traverse. Fire Rock Continent is a world of flames, and its rocks are all on fire. I'll choose Sky Chin Continent. The 9 Revolution Star was the largest 9th grade life star in the 4 great life star fields. It was incomparably mystical. For countless years, countless legendary Supremes had laid down restrictive arrays and fortified the 9 Revolution Star. Even demigods had personally used their methods. Therefore, not only was the 9 Revolution Star's defense so strong that even Supremes couldn't destroy it, it also had many limitations. For example, the range of soul power exploration was very small. Yi Chen relied on Netherworld's sacred eye to see the location of Sky Chin Continent. All right, I'll take you there. Supreme Langya continued, leading the way. Not long after, the two of them arrived above the Tianjin continent. As one of the 81 continents on the 9 Revolution Star, the Tianjin continent was much larger than an ordinary life planet. There are countless small stars in the sky, as well as a relatively large sun and moon. They could light up the entire Tianjin continent. Good place. Yi Chen nodded. Supreme Langya said, 9 Revolution Star has 81 continents, and each continent is very mysterious. It all depends on one's preference. This is the place. That's good. There's a main palace on the Heavenly Star continent, the Heavenly Star Palace. You only need to refine the Heavenly Star Pearl in the Heavenly Star Palace, and you'll be able to control the entire Heavenly Star continent. When other Supreme Beings enter the Heavenly Star continent, you'll know immediately. If you don't allow them to enter, they won't be able to enter. You can't break in? Yi Chen was puzzled. If a traitor appeared on the 9 Revolution planet and took control of an entire continent, wouldn't it be impossible to attack? Supreme Langya laughed and explained, You don't have to worry about that. The true Marshal Supreme controls the 9 Revolutions Star Hub. If there's a traitor, the true Marshal Supreme only needs to move his mind and the continent will be defenseless. It's useless even if there's a traitor. I see. From Yi Chen's point of view, the 9 Revolution Star wasn't just a simple life star. It was more like a planetary artifact, and the artifact was controlled by the true Marshal Supreme. Oh, I forgot to tell you. After you become a Supreme Being, you'll automatically have a level 8 life star. You can bring your friends and family there. Us, Supreme Beings, have a lifespan of over 100,000 years. After that, your children and grandchildren will be terrifying as well. Supreme Langya said, The human race didn't have many level 9 life stars. The dragon race had 1, the phoenix race had 1, and the monster race had 1. The human race only had a few, no more than 10, and they all had their own uses. There were many level 8 life stars, enough to satisfy all the Supreme Beings. That's for the best. Yi Chen was quite satisfied with obtaining a level 8 life star. Although he didn't have any children yet, the entire Yi family and falling Dust Sword sect had a lot of people. After hundreds of years of reproduction, their numbers had multiplied by several times. After 100,000 years, his descendants might be in the millions. After all, not all of them were talented, and not all of them put their minds into bitter cultivation. With the backing of Yi Chen and Yi family, even more of them would put their minds into enjoying themselves. Yi Qin couldn't do anything about this. Resources were limited. It was fine to nurture a few 100,000 people, but to nurture tens of thousands or even hundreds of millions, the entire human race didn't have enough resources. They could only drift with the tide. At present, Yi Qin already had a 3rd grade life star, Flaming Fire Star, and a 4th grade life star, Blue Fire Star. The latter was bestowed to him after he became an 8th layer life and death sovereign. These 2 life stars would be useful in the future, allowing him to send some of his family members out and nurture their independence. All right, I've told you everything I need to. You've just become a sovereign, so you should need some time to cultivate martial skills and increase your strength. I won't disturb you any longer. If you need anything, you can summon true Martial Supreme or other sovereigns from the Supreme Pavilion. Supreme Lang continued, as for your 8th grade life star, there are people below to prepare it for you. You don't need to worry about it. I'll be troubling you then. Yi Qin indeed wanted to cultivate martial skills. After becoming a sovereign, his mind was constantly flickering with inspiration. After Supreme Langya left, Yi Qin flew to the center of Heavenly Star Continent and entered the Heavenly Star Palace. Inside, a pearl flickering with resplendent starlight floated. With a wave of his hand, the pearl flew into Yi Qin's hand, and he began refining it. No wonder the 9 Revolution star isn't suitable for humans to live in. Heavenly Star Continent is full of dangers for those below the sovereign realm. Only the Heavenly Star Palace is safe. The entire 9 Revolution star has been refined into a planet-grade artifact by countless legendary sovereigns and demigods since ancient times. Its might is boundless. While refining the pearl, Yi Qin gradually understood the mysteries of the 9 Revolution star. However, if I bestow a trace of the pearl's power, I can stay on Heavenly Star Continent for a long time. In a short while, Yi Qin had completely refined the pearl. In the following days, Yi Qin immersed himself in sword arts. The current him was still lacking in many areas, the biggest of which was naturally sword arts. Cultivation knew no time. While Yi Qin was cultivating, rumors about him spread throughout the universe. At that time, there were too many 8th layer life and death sovereigns of all races present. 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100, and 100 spread to 1,000. In a short year, the news of Yi Qin becoming a sovereign had reached the ears of most life and death kings. Everyone was astonished by Yi Qin's talent. It should be known that Yi Qin was only 600 years old, and the youngsters who became sovereigns within 1,000 years had a common title: 1,000-year sovereign. 1,000-year sovereigns had a high chance of becoming legendary sovereigns, and perhaps even demigods. In fact, in terms of cultivation talent, Yi Qin's talent was even better than many legendary sovereigns. However, nobody knew the future, and they could only say that there was hope. At the same time, the demons and the other demonic races started to calm down after suffering a grievance. However, the aura of war did not calm down. Instead, it was hidden even deeper. A storm was brewing. Chapter 1294. Tianqin Continent, on a boundless lake, a figure sat cross-legged on the surface of the water, motionless, drifting with the flow. After a long time, Yi Qin opened his eyes, stood up, and started to perform the 5-element sword art. The 5-element sword art was the most fundamental supreme sword art of Yi Qin, the essence of the extreme prosperity decline, boundless nature, and 5-element slash. The stronger the 5-element sword art was, the stronger the extreme prosperity decline, boundless nature, and 5-element slash would naturally become stronger. This was much more efficient than cultivating one by one. Of course, it was also much more difficult. No, I'm still lacking a bit. Shaking his head, Yi Qin continued to sit cross-legged and pondered the deeper essence of the 5-element sword art. Day after day, month after month, year after year, in the blink of an eye, it had been 12 years since Yi Qin came to the 9 Revolution star. In these 12 years, Yi Chen's five-element sword art grew stronger every day, even gradually surpassing the sword burial art. After all, the sword burial art only contained 70% time profound, while Yi Chen's five elements profound had long reached perfection. It was just that his comprehension wasn't at the level of a sovereign, so he couldn't perfect the five-element sword art. Now that he had become a sovereign, his comprehension had increased countless times, and he also had the essence of the Three Realms Supreme's martial arts. If he didn't improve quickly, it would seem like he was stupid. While improving the five-element sword art, Yi Chen didn't give up on the death slice and the sword burial art. Yi Chen already had more than 300 petals, catching up to supreme flower burial. Of course, although Yi Chen's foundation was much stronger than supreme flower burial, the sword burial art was created by supreme flower burial. Some of the essences that had nothing to do with time and space, profound, weren't grasped by Yi Chen yet. Therefore, Yi Chen couldn't make the sword burial art his main sword art. The five-element sword art was his foundation. Perhaps in the future, he would change the sword burial art again, turning it into a sword burial art that truly belonged to him. The 15th year. On this day, above the lake, Yi Chen's eyes flashed with unprecedented brilliance. In an instant, it was brighter than the sun and moon in the sky, more dazzling. Wrong. It turns out that I was wrong before. The five elements are responsible for creation. The heaven and earth are divided into yin and yang, and yin and yang give birth to the five elements. I used the destruction sword intent to perform the five elements sword art, but it didn't match the five elements sword art at all. Using the immortal sword intent to perform the five elements sword art, although it wasn't domineering enough, it could perfectly perform the five elements sword art and stimulate the power of creation, which was far more powerful than the destruction sword intent. After a moment of enlightenment, Yi Chen's eyes were filled with joy. In the past, any sword art he performed contained the destructive sword intent, and the immortal sword intent was usually used to protect his body. He would only use the immortal sword intent when he performed the five elements sword art. That was why the defense of the extreme prosperity sword art was so powerful. Unfortunately, the extreme prosperity sword art was just a side branch of the five elements sword art. How could it compare to the vastness and profoundness of the five elements sword art? For example, the extreme prosperity sword art was a weapon, while the five elements sword art was the human body. No matter how powerful the weapon was, it could never be as powerful as the human body. This is the real five elements sword art. Moving his body, Yi Chen performed the five elements sword art. This time, the five elements sword art was less domineering but more profound. Rumble. On the boundless lake, a piece of land was being born rapidly. Inside the land, all kinds of metals were being brewed, forming into a ball. On the land, a river was born. With the river as the center, patches of green appeared. Flowers and trees grew crazily. With the appearance of flowers and trees, the nutrients of the land were being extracted, and the ground started to heat up. Magma appeared, and then volcanoes erupted, and flames burned the sky. All of this was the sword momentum, the materialized five elements sword art. Enemies who were in the range of the sword momentum would feel powerless, as if they were fighting against the heaven and the earth. Yi Chen could continue attacking, or he could leave at any time. My five elements sword art, even though I haven't fully displayed the ultimate essence of the five elements profound, it is still my highest achievement. It's a pity that I don't have an opponent to exchange pointers with. Yi Chen was clear that only by exchanging pointers could he find out where he was lacking. In the blink of an eye, another 3 years passed. Under Yi Chen's study, the five elements sword art had become increasingly profound. Towards the end, even he himself couldn't find any flaws. My horizons are limited. Training in seclusion alone is useless. Shaking his head, Yi Chen looked up at the sky. His figure flickered, and he instantly arrived in the sky above Sky Star Continent. In the next moment, Yi Chen rushed toward Supreme Pavilion. Supreme Pavilion, many people came and went, and Supremes would come here from time to time. Of course, there were also some high-ranking members of the human race. Their cultivation bases were all at the 8th layer of life and death realm. Greeting the passing Supremes, Yi Chen arrived at the 9th floor of Supreme Pavilion. This was where the supreme weapons of the human race were stored. Newly ascended Supremes could obtain a set of supreme weapons for free. If they were damaged, they would have to make enough contributions to get them again. One could exchange for treasures, or they could do some big things for the human race. Apart from supreme weapons, there were also some supreme materials on the 9th floor. I'll choose a supreme armor first. Yi Chen walked toward the supreme armor treasury. Supreme Yi, you're here to choose a supreme weapon, right? I'm Sima Jingwan, the manager of Supreme Pavilion. There was someone working on the 9th floor of Supreme Pavilion. It was a beautiful woman. Upon seeing Yi Chen, her eyes brightened. Although she had never seen Yi Chen before, it didn't hinder her from seeing Yi Chen's image. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't curious about such a young and newly ascended Supremes. Of course, she was even more in awe. Yi Chen nodded. Can I go in? Of course, of course. This way, please. Sima Jingwan promptly nodded and stepped aside. When Yi Chen entered the treasury, Sima Jingwan couldn't help but whisper, "He's really too young." So young, yet he's already a pillar of the human race. I wonder how he cultivates. The Supreme Armor Treasury was a completely different world. There were a large number of supreme armors stored inside. With a rough look, there were no less than 50 or 60 of them. Some were already very broken, while some were still very new. White Tiger Armor, 7-Star Annihilation Armor, Sun Moon Armor, Milky Way Armor. Yi Chen walked past the supreme armors and memorized all the information about them in his mind. After walking one round, Yi Chen pondered for a moment and came to the side of a golden armor. This supreme armor was called the Wind Cloud Armor. Wearing this armor could increase one's defense by more than 100 times and could also absorb a large amount of attack power. It turns out that it's so difficult for a supreme being to kill a supreme being. For example, a powerful supreme being could kill a normal supreme being, or a super supreme being could kill a powerful supreme being. It's too difficult to kill a supreme being at the same level. The supreme armor can completely block more than 90% of the attack power. I wonder how terrifying the divine armor above the supreme armor is. Yi Chen's thoughts were quick. He thought of supreme being from the supreme armor. Chapter 1295. With the Wind and Cloud Armor, Yi Chen walked towards the Supreme Weapon Treasury. There were a lot more supreme weapons than supreme armors, about 100 of them. Just like the Supreme Armor Treasury, the Supreme Weapon Treasury was a whole new world. Each supreme weapon was as big as a mountain, and the smallest one was thousands of meters long. The terrifying pressure from the weapons filled the air, causing Yi Chen to hold his breath. These weapons are the same as the armors. They are all of normal size and not enlarged. If they were enlarged, they might even be larger than an ordinary planet. How many Paragon-level materials would be required to refine them? I'm afraid that's also the reason why there have only been 100 or so Paragon-level weapons in the past countless years. Yi Chen took a deep breath. He had originally planned to learn how to forge Emperor-grade swords before the war, but now it seemed a little unrealistic. There seemed to be a lot of supreme weapon materials in the Supreme Pavilion, but who could be sure that they could forge a supreme sword on their first try? They had to increase the success rate first, and the amount of supreme weapon materials needed was inestimable. No hurry, I'll learn how to forge Emperor-grade swords first, and then I'll learn how to forge supreme swords in the future. With this thought, Yi Chen began to choose supreme sword. There weren't many swords in the treasury, only 8 in total. They were Blood Sword, Brilliant Divine Sword, Innate Overlord Sword, Thousand Soft Divine Sword, Without much hesitation, Yi Qin chose Brilliant Divine Sword. Brilliant Divine Sword was 9,800 meters long, and its entire body was white gold with a golden line in the middle. It looked noble and sharp, and when held in one's hand, it felt like this sword could fly out and kill at any time. I need a large amount of Emperor-grade materials to forge artifacts. May I know what your requirements are? Leaving the treasury, Yi Qin asked the beautiful woman called Sima Jingwan. Sima Jingwan answered honestly. Supreme Pavilion has a rule that supreme weapons only need to pay 50% of the price. May I know what Supreme Yi needs? 20 million kilograms of source stream iron, 80 million kilograms of 7-star iron, 500 million kilograms of star iron. Yi Chen's next words startled Sima Jingwan. These materials were all emperor-grade materials, and they were extremely valuable. She didn't know if Yi Chen would be able to take out so many yuan stones. Of course, a supreme being status was noble, so he could owe them for now and return them in the future. A total of 300 billion yuan stones. Sima Jingwan hesitated for a moment and said, N. Faintly nodding, Yi Chen took out 3 storage rings and handed them over. Each has 100 billion yuan stones. 3 rings for a total of 300 billion yuan stones. Take a look. The current Yi Chen didn't lack yuan stones. In the Azura world arena, he had killed a lot of 8th-layer life and death heavenly sovereigns, as well as a fair number of quasi-sovereigns. Just the yuan stones in their storage rings added up to 500 billion, not to mention other treasures. Otherwise, even a newly ascended sovereign might not be able to take out so many yuan stones. No need. How could Sima Jingwan not trust a sovereign? Any sovereign would disdain to take advantage of such a small matter. If this matter were to spread, she would lose face. Leaving the Supreme Pavilion, Yi Chen ran into Langya's sovereign. Brother Yi, what a coincidence! I was just about to look for you. Langya's sovereign beamed. Yi Chen asked curiously, what's the matter? Bronze Sovereign, Langya Sovereign, and Qin Heart Sovereign were the 3 strongest sovereigns of the human race. Their strength was second only to super sovereigns. Among them, Langya Sovereign and Qin Heart Sovereign were the twin stars of the human race. The 2 were the youngest and had the greatest potential. They would certainly become super sovereigns in the future. Of course, Yi Chen's degree of monstrous talent was even higher than the 2, which was why he was so highly regarded. Langya's sovereign said, I want to invite you to a gathering I'm holding. Let's get to know each other. I wonder if Brother Yi has the time? After becoming a sovereign, one would enter seclusion for many years. Therefore, gatherings were often held to discuss one's attainments. Apart from this, mutual comparison could also promote mutual improvement. All right, Yi Chen agreed without hesitation. Brother Yi is indeed a straightforward person. Langya's sovereign was in a good mood, seeing that Yi Chen was giving him face. In fact, the people he invited this time were all powerful sovereigns. There were humans, barbarians, and giants. Yi Chen's battle with Supreme Demon River's projection was barely at the level of a sovereign. In addition, his fame was like the sun in the sky. Many sovereigns wanted to know more about him. How about this? We'll meet in my greedy wolf continent a week later. Langya's sovereign continued. I'll do as you say. After parting ways with Supreme Langya, Yi Chen returned to Heavenly Star Continent. In the next 7 days, Yi Chen did not forge any sovereign-grade sword. He read the books on forging sovereign-grade swords one after another, trying to understand the meaning behind them. 7 days later, Yi Chen rushed to Greedy Wolf Continent. This time, Supreme Langya invited more than 10 sovereigns. There were 5 from the human race, including the Bronze Sovereign. Beside him was the Phoenix race's sovereign Ice Phoenix. The barbarian race's sovereigns were like savage gods. The giant race's sovereigns were the size of mountains. Yi Chen had never seen many of them before. Clearly, Every race would have some hidden supremes. Even the human race had some supremes in seclusion, or had reached the end of their lifespans and left to search for opportunities. Unless it was a matter of life and death, the entire power of a race would not be revealed at once. Supreme Lenya. This is the newly ascended Supreme Lenya? He has a strong foundation, but how strong is he? The giant race's Supreme Mountain C squinted his eyes and looked at Yi Qin. Supreme Mountain C was 400 feet tall. Supreme Lang, you looked like a small person sitting beside him. Supreme Lenya explained Supreme Yi was able to exchange more than 10 moves with Supreme Devil River's projection when he first became a sovereign. In the end, Supreme Devil River's projection couldn't even hurt him. Now that more than 10 years have passed, I'm afraid Supreme Ye's talent has increased by more than 1,000 times. Even Supreme Devil River's true body won't be a match for him. Supreme Savage said you can't say that. Supreme Devil River is just an ordinary person among the sovereigns. I remember Supreme Lenya, when you first became a sovereign, you were able to fight against an ordinary sovereign without losing. Supreme Lenya smiled bitterly. At that time, he had the supreme armor and weapon in his hands. Moreover, he had been in seclusion for a few years. On the other hand, Yi Chen was different. He had nothing and was ambushed as soon as he came out of Azura world. Just as Supreme Lenya was about to explain, Yi Chen arrived. My apologies, Yi Chen is not late, right? Supreme Lenya quickly stood up. Not late, not late. The gathering hasn't officially started. In a gathering between sovereigns, the food and drinks were treasures that even sovereigns wouldn't dare to dream of. For example, the 7-colored divine fruit, which could only be found in the heavenly river. The black fruit was the gloomy dark fruit from hell. The meat was even more amazing. It was made from the roasted meat of some cosmic beasts and contained powerful energy. Supreme sovereigns were the strongest group of people in the world. They were like the immortals in Yi Chen's imagination. They were above the mortal world, and even their food and drinks were different. Chapter 1296. Supreme Lenya, your heavenly blue bull's meat is amazing, it's delicious. Paragon Mountain, C, loved meat the most. In front of him was a plate with a diameter of 100 meters. On the plate was a huge beef thigh. Paragon Mountain, C, picked up the beef thigh and took a big bite out of it. Grease dripped from his mouth. This Heaven River python's meat isn't bad either. Like Supreme Mountain C, Supreme Savage also liked meat. In fact, both the giants and barbarians liked meat. Humans, on the other hand, had a balanced diet. Supreme Lenya smiled. It's not easy to catch a heavenly blue bull. There are countless caves in the Traceless stream. As long as they run into one, they won't come out even once in 10,000 years. Heaven River pythons are easy to catch, but the Heavenly River is too dangerous. There are strong and weak Heavenly River pythons. From the weakest to the strongest, there are beginner Heavenly River pythons, middle Heavenly River pythons, high Heavenly River pythons, quasi-Heavenly River pythons, first Heavenly River pythons, and second Heavenly River pythons. Indeed, we may be supremes, but some places are still dangerous for us. Supreme Bronze nodded. He couldn't help but think of Supreme Gold. Since the beginning of the gathering, Yi Chen had remained silent, listening to others and eating his food. As a newly ascended sovereign, he didn't want to be too conspicuous. Moreover, the food before his eyes was indeed out of the ordinary. He, who usually didn't care much about food, couldn't help but eat a bit more. He even wondered if he should bring some back for his parents and girlfriend. Thinking up to here, Yi Chen chuckled. He really looked like a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. Supreme Ice Phoenix was sitting not far from Yi Chen. Seeing Yi Chen smile, she answered, Supreme Yi, I heard that you're friends with our Phoenix Clan's junior, Fire Sparrow? Yes. Yi Chen nodded. Yi Chen wasn't surprised that Supreme Ice Phoenix knew he was friends with Fire Sparrow Emperor. He just needed to ask around. It's Fire Sparrow's good fortune to have a friend like you. Supreme Ice Phoenix continued. Oh, right, where are you from, Supreme Yi? The human race originated from the living worlds. Many amazing geniuses also came from the living worlds. Yi Chen was not afraid of others, knowing that he came from Elysium. Elysium, he said. Elysium. The Ice Phoenix Supremacy was very surprised, but then came to a realization. What's wrong? Yi Chen saw some clues. The Ice Phoenix Supreme said, many years ago, before almost all the supreme martial artists were born, there was a supreme martial artist called Guzun. He was one of the strongest supreme martial artists at that time. It was said that he was even stronger than supreme martial artist. After him, there was another supreme martial artist called Qi Tianzun. He was also extremely powerful. They came from a world with life, the Elysium you mentioned. After saying that, the Ice Phoenix Supreme looked at Yi Chen with a slight change in her gaze, a change that even she herself didn't notice. Gu Zun Qi Tianzun? Countless thoughts flashed through Yi Chen's mind. Its ancient emperor and Qi Tiandi. Finally, Yi Chen regained his wits. These two were the first and second titled monarchs of Elysium. They were revered by tens of thousands of people. However, Yi Chen felt that it was reasonable. Ancient Emperor's cultivation base was at the 9th layer of life and death realm. Although Qi Tiandi's strength was unknown when he left Elysium, he should also be at the 9th layer of life and death realm. 9th layer was a supreme. With the talents of Ancient Emperor and Qi Tiandi, it wasn't difficult for them to have such a reputation. All of a sudden, many questions flashed through Yi Chen's mind. Were Ancient Emperor and Qi Tiandi dead or not? Life and Death Kings had a lifespan of 100,000 years, but the Supreme Martial Artist's lifespan was far longer. It was not impossible for them to live for millions of years. If they were still alive, where did they go? Moreover, if Ancient Emperor and Qi Tiandi didn't die, why did they let the demons and evil spirit race block the exit of Elysium? With their lifespan, they could easily guard Elysium for hundreds of thousands of years. Apart from that, although humans were weaker than demons, they wouldn't sit idly by. There were too many questions. Yi Chen had a feeling that Elysium was certainly not an ordinary world with life. There must be a deeper reason why humans sat idly by in Elysium. Now that he thought about it, the demons' abandonment of Elysium was not as simple as he had imagined. After a long while, Yi Chen shook his head. He had just become a supreme, and there were too many things he didn't know. There was no need to be anxious to know everything. As time passed, he would know what he needed to know. Supreme Yi, are there any records of these two in Elysium? Supreme Ice Phoenix asked. Yi Chen said, they were the earliest Supremes of Elysium. Oh, Supreme Ice Phoenix could tell that Yi Chen didn't know much. As time passed, the atmosphere of the gathering became more and more lively. Everyone this time, I have invited everyone here just to eat and drink. I believe that everyone has not enjoyed themselves to the fullest. So, next is the time to compare notes. Everyone can invite opponents to test their martial arts. I will start first. Who is willing to compare notes with me? Supreme Lang stood up and said boldly after drinking a mouthful of wine. Discussions arose everywhere. Everyone had been waiting for this moment. Supreme Langya, I, Hongling, will spar with you. Supreme Hongling of the giant race stood up. All right, please advise me. Supreme Hongling was one of the few powerful supremes of the giant race. He was slightly shorter than the mountain and sea supremes, but he was still 380 meters tall. The battle between the two was brilliant. They fought from the sky to the ground, from the land to the lake. Fortunately, the greedy wolf continent was very sturdy and could withstand the two's blows. In the end, Supreme Lang Yu won slightly and stopped while he was ahead. Thank you for letting me win. Supreme Lang Yu cupped his fists. My skills are not as good as yours. I have nothing to say. Supreme Hongling did not feel ashamed. He went back and continued to eat and drink. Next, it was Supreme Ice Phoenix's turn. Her opponent was a female Supreme of the barbarian race, Supreme 7 Moons. In the end, the two were evenly matched. If they continued to fight, it would inevitably hurt the harmony. Supreme Yi, you are a new Supreme. However, I, Dongting, would like to spar with you. Supreme Dongting of the barbarian race flew out from his seat. His eyes swept around and finally fell on Yichen. He invited him to spar with him. Supreme Ice Phoenix reminded, Supreme Dongting's strength cannot be underestimated. Be careful of his heaven-collapsing, earth-splitting leg. Supreme Dongting was famous for his leg techniques. His strength was not considered as a top Supreme. However, it was hard to say if his opponent was Yi Chen. After 15 years, no matter how much Yi Chen had improved, it would be limited. In that case, I shall accept your invitation. Yi Chen also wanted to know how strong he had become. In a flash, Yi Chen appeared in front of Supreme Dongting. Langya, how about we make a bet? If Supreme Yi loses to Supreme Dongting, you will give me all of your blue sky bulls. Of course, you can choose not to bet, Supreme Mountain Sea suddenly said to Supreme Langya. Supreme Langya was stunned. He said, what if Supreme Yi wins? Win. Supreme Mountain Sea thought for a while and said, I will give you one of my Starry Sky Bear hounds. How about that? All right, it's a deal. Starry Sky Bear hounds were a mysterious giant beast. Their habits were similar to dogs of the human race. The 3 Starry Sky Bear hounds raised by Supreme Mountain Sea all had the strength of ordinary supreme martial artists. It would be a great fortune to get one. As for Yi Chen losing, Supreme Langya would not suffer a great loss. At worst, he would just have to spend some effort to catch some in the traceless stream. Chapter 1297. The fight began. Master Dongting launched an explosive kick, which was so fast that even time and space seemed to be reversed. If this kick landed, it could even destroy an ordinary living planet. Seeing this, Yi Chen operated the Green Lotus Sword Domain, stabilizing the surrounding space-time, preventing it from being affected by the reversal of space-time. At the same time, he pulled out the brilliant Divine Sword and slashed down with a fierce and sharp aura. Boom! The iron foot and the sword collided. A large space-time crack appeared, and a small hill nearby was blown up. Okay, take another 100 kicks. Using the momentum, Sovereign Dongting spun his body. His 2 legs were like a storm, a meteor shower, a tsunami, and a volcanic eruption. Kicks after kicks were launched at Yi Chen without any gap in between. If an ordinary sovereign were to encounter such a crazy chain of kicks, they would be kicked to death before they could even react and use their best moves. So what if I take another 1,000 kicks? Yi Chen did not use any unique skills. The basic sword skills were superb. Every move seemed ordinary, but they were perfect. Whether it was the operation of sword energy, the flow of qi and blood, the strength of muscles, or the coordination of breathing, they were all flawless. Vaguely, there was also the integration of heart power and 5 elements ultimacy. Clank, clank, clank! After a series of explosions, Master Dongting was sent flying. In terms of fighting skills, Master Dongting was no match for Yi Chen. Before he finished his 100 kicks, Yi Chen found a flaw and slashed at his chest. Of course, this was just an ordinary sword skill. It was not even enough to tickle Master Dongting. Mountain Sea, looks like you're going to lose. Supreme Langya revealed a faint smile. Not necessarily. This is just the beginning. Master Mountain Sea adjusted his posture and squinted his eyes. Without a doubt, he had underestimated Yi Chen. Master Dongting was many times stronger than Demon River, but judging from the situation, it was obvious that Yi Chen had the upper hand. Next, it would depend on each other's unique skills. Master Yi, I am going to use my full strength. Master Dongting twisted his neck and lifted his right leg slightly. A powerful force enveloped Yi Chen from afar. Just make your move. The Huang Divine sword vibrates at a special frequency, and the sharp sword momentum also locks on the Supreme Master of Dongting Lake. Heaven collapsing, earth-shattering kick. Death slash. Almost at the same time, the two of them launched their own unique skills. The sky-collapsing and earth-splitting kick of Dongting supremacy was extremely domineering, and the horrible power spread out like a spider web. It could be seen that time and space were collapsing, and the earth, water, fire, and wind were boiling, as if the world had fallen into doomsday and carried out the last riot. Rumble. As the wind and clouds surged, Yi Chen and the Dongting supremacy both flew backward. What a powerful leg technique! There is a sword mark on Yi Chen's clothes. Just now, the strength of the Dongting master's leg was transmitted to the Huang divine sword. The powerful force made the sword lose control and cut back to him. If it were not for the wind and cloud armor, he would have been cut in half by the sword and suffered some minor injuries. Supremacy of Dongting is even worse than Yi Chen. Her clothes are full of holes, and she looks like a beggar. Supremacy of Dongting, take a sword for me too. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Yi Chen leaped up and landed on the top of Supremacy of Dongting's head, and slashed down with his sword. 5 elements sword technique. 5 elements slash. Good fella, block for me. Supremacy of Dongting wanted to dodge, but an unprecedented 5 elements sword technique shrouded him. He crossed his arms and used Supremacy of Dongting to block the attack. Clang! A powerful shockwave radiated in all directions, and Supremacy of Dongting was nailed into the ground. Mountain Sea, just admit defeat. My brother Yi is not an ordinary person. After the shock, Lang Yi looked at Supremacy of Mountain Sea with a smile. He is still very happy to win a starry sky bear dog. Supremacy of Mountain Sea drank a mouthful of wine gloomily. A starry sky bear dog is a starry sky bear dog. Don't worry, I, Mountain Sea, will not do anything that goes back on my words. As he spoke, he looked at Yi Chen with a new gaze. It seems that he is indeed not an ordinary genius. Supremacy of Dongting has been a supreme for 100,000 years, but he is actually not a match for a newly advanced supreme. Maybe he really can become a legendary supreme. The Bronze Sovereign's eyes lit up. The disappearance of the Golden Sovereign was a regret of the Dragon Clan. With the Golden Sovereign, the human clan had 3 supreme sovereigns. The difference between having a supreme sovereign and not having one was huge, especially for the Dragon Clan. If Yi Chen can become a legendary supreme, with his relationship with Su Jing, he will definitely help to find Golden Supreme. Gravel flew everywhere, and Supremacy of Dongting flew up from the depths of the ground. It hurt so much. This sword is really powerful, I can't block it. Supremacy of Dongting felt dizzy, and his breath was unstable. Although Yi Chen's 5 elements slash didn't hurt him, it shook his bones to the point that his blood was boiling. Thank you for letting me win. Sheathing the brilliant divine sword, Yi Chen cupped his fists. A loss is a loss. There is no need to let me win. The barbarians always say 1 thing is 1 and 2 is 2. They are not as fastidious as the human race. Returning to his seat, Supremacy of Ice Phoenix suddenly said, Supremacy, you didn't use your full strength just now, did you? Yi Chen smiled. It is not a battle of life and death. There is no need to be so serious. The full power of the 5 elements slash was much more terrifying, but at the last moment, Yi Chen only used 1,000th of its power. If he really used his full strength, even Supremacy of Dongting would be seriously injured. The gathering went on for 3 days and 3 nights. During this time, Mountain Sea Supremes exchanged pointers with Bronze Supremes, Savage Supremes, and Zither Heart also exchanged pointers, but no one else went to exchange pointers with Yi Chen. Everyone was quite friendly towards new Supremes. Continuous exchanging pointers would make people feel that it was a bit deliberate. At the end of the gathering, Lang Yi Supreme gave Yi Qin 3 sky blue oxen, 10 sky river pythons, and many precious wines and fruits. Yi Qin didn't refuse and accepted it. In the following days, Yi Qin started learning how to forge emperor-grade swords. His days were peaceful. I finally forged a top emperor-grade sword. Raising the crimson sword in his hand, Yi Qin couldn't help but sigh. In the past 3 years, he had already used 90% of the materials, which was equivalent to 300 billion yuan stones. He had spent 270 billion yuan stones in exchange for hundreds and thousands of emperor-grade swords. This crimson sword was the only peak emperor-grade sword he had succeeded in refining. Did you succeed? Outside the room, Su Jing walked in. Yes. What do you think? Seeing Su Jing come in, Yi Chen handed the sword to her. In these 3 years, Murong Qingqing and Su Jing would often come to Tianqin continent to stay for a while. Yi Chen had already given them a strand of the Tianqin Pearl's power, so they wouldn't be in any danger. It doesn't seem to be any worse than my purple golden spear. Su Jing took out her top-notch Emperor-class treasure and compared it. Yi Chen smiled. It's still not good enough. But next time, I'm confident that I can forge an even better top Emperor-grade sword. Yes. Suddenly, Yi Chen's expression changed. What's wrong? Su Jing asked. I'm going to the Supreme Pavilion for a while. Wait here. In a flash, Yi Chen appeared in the sky above Tianqin continent and rushed towards the Supreme Pavilion. Just now, Supreme True Marshal suddenly sent a message to him, asking him to go to the Supreme Pavilion. Chapter 1298. In the meeting room of the Supreme Pavilion, there was another Supreme Master called Lai who was sitting there beside Supreme True Marshal. Yi Chen, you're here. Supreme Yi. Seeing Yi Chen's arrival, Supreme True Marshal and Supreme Fire stood up. True Marshal Lai Hua. Among the Supreme Masters, they usually called each other by their titles. Yi Chen didn't have a title yet, so he could call him Supreme Yi or by his full name. Sitting down, Yi Chen asked directly, True Marshal, why did you call me here? Did the demons do something? Supreme True Marshal smiled. No, even if the demons wanted to do something, they wouldn't do it so early. I called you and Lai Hua here to assign a task to you. Patrol the Black Wind Stream. Black Wind Stream? It was the first time that Yi Chen had heard of this term. Supreme Fire wasn't surprised at all. He explained to Yi Chen, the Black Wind Stream is an important place of the human clan. The patrolling duty is rotated every 500 years. This time it's our turn. After Supreme Zhenwu and Lai Hua's explanation, Yi Chen finally learned that there was a very secretive forbidden place of the human race, Black Wind Stream. There were countless seals arranged in the Black Wind Stream, which contained demons and enemies that couldn't be killed or were hard to kill since the ancient times. It was equivalent to a very high-level supreme prison. Due to the passage of time, the demonic qi in the Black Wind Stream had become more and more powerful, causing the airflow that blew out from the gap to be black in color. This was how the name Black Wind Stream came about. Yi Chen and Supreme Fire's task was to patrol the Black Wind Stream and report to Supreme True Marshal immediately if they encountered any strange or troublesome problems. Yi Chen, you've just become a Supreme Master. The Black Wind Stream is a good place to sharpen your state of mind and will. Is that okay? Supreme True Marshal asked. Yi Chen knew that Supreme True Marshal was doing this for his own good, so he didn't refuse and agreed. After returning to Tianqin continent, Yi Chen told Su Jing and Murong Qingqing what to do. Then he went to the Black Wind Stream with Supreme Fire. The Black Wind Stream was a vast expanse of pitch-black darkness. Occasionally, a faint black airflow would blow past, and the space-time would creak. The closer one got to the Black Wind Stream, the denser the black air currents became. The wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves rang out incessantly. Those who did not have a strong state of mind or a strong will would suffer every second here. Supreme Yi, the Black Wind Stream, is just ahead. Although Sovereign Laihua was a veteran sovereign, he was well aware of his own position. This time, it seemed as though he was the one leading Yi Qin on patrol. However, in the face of unexpected situations, Yi Qian had to take the lead. There was no other reason than that Yi Qian was stronger than him, and he was just an ordinary sovereign. Laihua, is there anyone alive in the Black Wind Stream? Yi Qian suddenly thought of something and asked. Sovereign Laihua stared blankly for a moment before replying, I don't think so. Even if there were, they would be evil demons that were imprisoned in there in the last 1,000,000 years. The evil demons from 1,000,000 years ago would have long since died in there. Nodding his head, Yi Qian glanced at the black air currents that blew past him. That's good. However, these air currents are not simple. The energy contained within the black air currents was very heterogeneous. Yi Qian had just collected a black air current and wanted to study it. However, he found that it was impossible to study. Once his soul power entered it, it was immediately corroded. When his sword energy entered it, it was also gradually transformed. This black air current seemed to contain a kind of chaotic law, turning all orderly energy into disorderly energy and merging with the black air currents. The black wind of the Black Wind Stream is more terrifying than anything else. Since ancient times, countless evil demons have died in the Black Wind Stream. After these evil demons died, their bodies merged with the Black Wind Stream. As time passed, the Black Wind Stream became a real evil demon graveyard. Even the heavenly law was corroded. Of course, as long as we are careful, there won't be any danger. Otherwise, Zhen Wu would not have sent me here. Sovereign Laihua smiled again. Soon, the two arrived at the entrance of the Black Wind Stream. The entrance of the Black Wind Stream was a huge space-time crack. It was like the mouth of a demon with uneven edges. Inside the crack, black air currents roared and rushed out, sweeping in all directions. The two had to enter in order to patrol the Black Wind Stream because it was inside the space-time. Sovereign Yi, be careful. Don't let go of the Black Wind token. Sovereign Laihua took out a black token and poured his Zhen Yuan into it. Instantly, a silver-black halo covered him. Understood. Yi Qian nodded and took out a black token as well. Under the protection of the silver-black halo, the two entered the space-time crack. Whoosh! Whoosh! Endless black air currents rushed towards the two like roaring water currents. However, with the silver-black halo, the black air currents seemed to have a life of their own as they went around it. After walking for about 15 minutes, the black air currents around them disappeared. The two arrived in front of a huge canyon where torrential water flowed. This is the Black Wind Stream. Sovereign Laihua slowly let out a breath and said in a leisurely manner. Yi Qian looked over. The Black Wind Stream was huge, and its height was at least tens of billions of li. In the center of the canyon, a black stream was flowing. Although it was called a stream, it was only relative to the canyon. The width of the stream was at least a few billion li, and its depth was immeasurable. As for the walls of the canyon on both sides, there were countless caves with black smoke coming out of them. These black smoke rose up and converged together, turning into a black curtain that covered the sky. Obviously, the source of the black air currents was the black smoke. However, the Black Wind Stream had a seal, so the black smoke couldn't wreak havoc below. Sovereign Yi, come with me. Supreme Flame brought Yi Qian to the real entrance of the Black Wind Stream, where there was a 3-story building that was 3,000 zhang tall. Each story was exactly 333 zhang tall. This will be our residence from now on. It's a completely different world inside that can satisfy all of our needs. Of course, we have to patrol every once in a while. This is a mission. Sovereign Laihua explained. Yi Qian nodded and asked, how often do we patrol? We have to patrol once a year. The Black Wind token has a record of it, but it's not too troublesome. We only need about a month to patrol, and we still have 11 months to cultivate. Oh, that's fine. Yi Qian thought that the patrols would be frequent. Since it's our first time here, let's do a patrol first. Sovereign Lai Hua suggested. Sure. Yi Chen also wanted to familiarize himself with the situation of the Black Wind Stream. He had a feeling that this was an unfriendly place, and he had to be careful in these 500 years. Follow me. The Lai Hua master flew into the air and started to move along the side of the canyon wall at a moderate speed, checking out the inside of the cave to see if there was anything unusual. Meanwhile, Yi Chen followed right behind him. There were too many caves on the walls. After a day, the two of them had only checked 1/10 of the caves. No wonder it took them a month or so to finish checking. Chapter 1299. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The two of them had explored the countless caves on one side of the Black Wind Stream and started to patrol the other side. Supreme Yi, are you bored? Seeing that Yi Chen didn't speak much, Supreme Raging Fire thought that he was bored. Yi Chen shook his head. It's fresh. Every cave contains rich information. Although the information is messy, there are still some gains. There was no limit to learning. Yi Chen didn't think that he didn't need to absorb other things after obtaining the essence of the 3 realms sovereign's martial arts. On the contrary, the more he knew, the more he wanted to know. The black smoke emitted from these caves might be evil to Supreme Raging Fire, but to Yi Chen, the black smoke emitted from each cave was different. For example, some of the black smoke contained a trace of martial arts essence, some contained a trace of personal understanding, and some contained a trace of secret news. One must know that these caves were equivalent to individual prisons, each with an evil sovereign sealed within. Even if the sealed evil sovereign died, there would still be some information left behind. Oh, so it's like this. Supreme Raging Fire shook his head, a trace of worry suddenly appearing on his face. Yi Chen didn't notice Supreme Raging Fire's expression. His attention was completely focused on the black smoke emitted from the caves. Soon another week passed. How could this be? It shouldn't be like this. Could it be that I was wrong in the past? Impossible. On this day, a loud roar suddenly sounded in front of the two of them. This roar was countless times louder than thunder from a clear sky, causing the walls to tremble and rubble to tumble down. Supreme Raging Fire's face turned pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Obviously, the roar had shaken his mind to the point that his blood and qi were blocked. Yi Chen was much better than Supreme Raging Fire, but he was still a little frightened. Raging Fire, who's in front? Yi Chen thought that there was still someone in the cave who hadn't died. It's him. Supreme Raging Fire said, with lingering fear. Who is it? Yi Chen looked at Sovereign Lai Hua. Although he wasn't as outstanding as you, Supreme Yi, he wasn't too far off. At that time, he came to the Black Wind Stream with another supreme martial artist, preparing to complete the patrol mission that happens every 500 years. However, on the 350th year, he suddenly went crazy and killed another supreme martial artist. This matter shocked all the other supreme martial artists, so Supreme True Martial Artist and Supreme Golden Buddha personally came to capture him. However, no one expected that although Supreme True Martial Artist and Supreme Golden Buddha could defeat him, they couldn't capture him. Due to the special environment of the Black Wind Stream, if the battle was too intense, a part of the seal might be destroyed. Therefore, Supreme True Martial Artist and Supreme Golden Buddha joined hands to cast the seal and sealed him in one of the caves. Yi Chen was puzzled. Crazy? How could he have gone mad? Is this the first time something like this happened? Supreme Yi, to tell you the truth, just like you, he was also studying the information emitted from the black smoke. As time passed, he went crazy. Therefore, it's best that you don't study it anymore. These things are very strange, and human strength is limited. There's no way to integrate all the information. If you forcefully absorb it, it will only cause you to lose your mind and go berserk. After pondering for a while, Supreme Raging Fire decided to warn Yi Chen for his own safety. Thank you for the reminder. I'll take note. Yi Qin sized up Supreme Raging Fire and nodded. Actually, he had already noticed that a lot of the information in the black smoke was very chaotic. This kind of chaos wasn't just the order of the information, but a deeper level of chaos. It should be because it was contaminated by the chaos law. If one forcefully studied it, it would indeed cause the researcher to lose his mind. Of course, everything has its pros and cons. Studying the black smoke might make one a madman, but there was also a possibility that one's strength would increase by countless times. Sometimes there was only a thin line between a madman and a genius. Soon, the two of them came to the cave where the roar came from. Supreme Raging Fire had already taken out the Black Wind token to prevent himself from being injured by the roar. Supreme Yi, be careful. Supreme Crazy Strength is very high. After 100,000 years, his strength might not be any weaker than Supreme True Martial. Supreme Raging Fire said when he saw that Yi Qin didn't take out the Black Wind token. Waving his hand, Yi Qin said, I know what I'm doing. Haha, it's all for naught. It's all for naught. 100,000 years of research was negated by a small discovery just now. Is it really that hard to become a legend rank? Do I, Tu Yuan, really not have the fate of becoming a legend rank? There was no longer a roar coming from the cave. Instead, it was the mumbling of a person. It sounded very normal and logical, not like a madman at all. However, Yi Qin knew that madmen weren't always in a crazy state. Under normal circumstances, they were more normal than anyone else. However, it was precisely because of this that they were extremely threatening. Because you wouldn't know when they would go crazy. Perhaps just a simple sentence would cause them to lose control of their emotions. Supreme Yi, let's go. Supreme Raging Fire didn't want to stay here for another second. All right. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Just as Yi Chen was about to leave, Sovereign Kuang's voice suddenly came from inside the cave. Is it a new Supreme outside? I can feel that your aura is very unfamiliar. Halting his steps, Yi Chen replied, Yes, I am Yi Chen. My name is Tu Yuan. I think you've already heard about me from your companions. Don't be afraid. I'm sealed in this cave by Zhen Wu and the Golden Buddha. I can't come out, so I won't be a threat to you. If it's possible, can you help me look the cave at the end of the Black Wind Stream? Supreme Yi, don't listen to him. He's already made one go crazy. Supreme Raging Fire's expression changed drastically. Raging Fire, do you want to die? Sovereign Kuang's voice turned gloomy. Although they couldn't see his face, they could see his cold, emotionless eyes and white teeth. I'm sorry, I can't do that. Yi Qin flatly refused. Then forget it. You can go. Sovereign Kuang's attitude towards Yi Qin was completely different from his attitude towards Supreme Raging Fire. Of course, Yi Qin didn't think that it was unintentional. Perhaps he was playing hard to get. When the two left the cave, Supreme Raging Fire's body was already soaked in sweat. He can't come out. Why are you so afraid? Yi Qin frowned and looked at Supreme Raging Fire. He felt that the other party was a disgrace to Supreme Raging Fire. Supreme Raging Fire didn't notice Yi Chen's expression. You don't know, but in the past 100,000 years, there were many people who were affected by him and couldn't improve their strength. There was even someone like him who became a madman and committed suicide. The Golden Buddha said that although he was crazy, his martial Dao Yuan Shin was developing in a very strange way. It's best not to get close to him, or you'll be haunted by bad luck. Chapter 1300. After the first patrol mission was completed, the two returned to the 3-story building at the entrance of the Black Wind Stream. Supreme Lai Hua lived on the 2nd floor, while Yi Chen lived on the 3rd floor. There were many rooms on the 3rd floor, and each room was actually the entrance to a different space. Cultivation space. This space was very mystical. As long as one had enough primordial stones, they could condense a supreme battle avatar at the center of the cultivation space. It was said that this formation was set up by a human demigod, which was why it was so mystical. Of course, Once the primordial stones were used up, the Supreme Battle Avatar would disappear. Supreme Battle Avatars, from low to high, were divided into Level 1, Level 2, Level 3, Level 1 to Level 3 Supreme Battle Avatars corresponded to ordinary sovereigns. Level 4 to Level 6 Supreme Battle Avatars corresponded to powerful sovereigns, and Level 7 to Level 9 Supreme Battle Avatars corresponded to super sovereigns. Level 1 required 10 million primordial stones, Level 2 20 million, Level 3 30 million, Level 4 100 million, Level 5 200 million, Level 6 300 million, Level 7 1 billion, Level 8 2 billion, and Level 9 3 billion. It didn't seem much for sovereigns, but once the primordial stones were used up, the Supreme Battle Avatar would disappear immediately. If they wanted to condense it again, they would have to consume more primordial stones. After a long time, any sovereign wouldn't be able to bear it and would only use it occasionally. After spending 300 million primordial stones, Yi Qin condensed a Level 6 Supreme Battle Avatar. In terms of offensive and defensive strength, a Level 6 Supreme Battle Avatar was equivalent to a top-notch sovereign. Of course, in terms of overall strength, a Level 6 Supreme Battle Avatar was far inferior to a top-notch sovereign. Clang, 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 clang. In the cultivation space, a figure flickered. Countless sparks flew from the Level 6 Supreme Battle Avatar, and the crisscrossing sword light almost enveloped it. After a long time, the Level 6 Supreme Battle Avatar automatically dissipated, and Yi Qin stopped attacking. My current strength should be at the level of a top-notch sovereign, but there's still a big gap between me and a super sovereign. The weakest super sovereign could easily suppress a peak sovereign, and the gap between the two was more than 1,000 times. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. The second patrol began. Supreme Yi, this time, let's each patrol one side. This way, it'll be faster. Supreme Lai Hui suggested. Okay, sure. Yi Qin nodded. The black wind stream was heavily sealed, and there was usually no danger. Even if there was danger, the two of them together might not be able to do anything. Just like that, Sovereign Raging Inferno patrolled the left side of the canyon wall, while Yi Qin patrolled the right side of the canyon wall. The right side of the canyon wall was where Sovereign Kuang was sealed. Once again, he arrived at the cave where the mad sovereign was sealed. Young man, I can feel that you want to see me again. Kuang Zun's voice floated out of the cave. Yi Qin did not hide his inner thoughts and said, I want to know, why did you kill your companion? Why? Haha. Kuang Zun laughed out loud. There's no why. If you want to kill them, just kill them. It's very simple. Looks like you're really crazy. It doesn't matter if you're really crazy or pretending to be crazy. As long as you have enough strength, who would dare to say that you're crazy? In this world, strength is the truth. Everything else will change. Perhaps you're right, but it depends on how you get your strength and whether you can control it. Yi Qin was unmoved. Kuang Zun was silent for a while. You're different from the others. You look gentle on the outside, but you're actually cold on the inside. Even though you're cold, you're not completely emotionless. If I had your mentality back then, I wouldn't have been tempted. New Supreme, if you want to become stronger, you can study this black smoke. Of course, you don't have to study it. With your talent, you can still achieve great things. After saying that, Kuang Zun retracted his aura. Unknowingly, 20 years had passed. The study of the black smoke did not improve Yi Chen's sword skills much, but it did improve Yi Chen's martial Dao Yuanshin. The martial Dao Yuanshin was like a physical manifestation of a person's essence, qi and soul. It could ignore the majority of attacks, but it could still inflict damage to the outside world. Yi Qin had a feeling that when the martial Dao Yuanshin was cultivated to a certain level, it could completely leave the body and survive for a longer time. Amazing. In 20 years, your martial Dao Yuanshin has grown so much. Kuang Zun's voice came. In the past 20 years, the two would have conversation every year, and this time was no exception. This is a double-edged sword. If I'm not wrong, your body has already decayed, right? Yi Chen said slowly. Not yet. Of course it's close. Since you know it's a double-edged sword, why do you still study it? Kuang Zun asked Yi Chen. Yi Chen said, I have a way to overcome it. The black smoke in the black wind stream contained chaotic and negative information. If one used this information to improve the martial Dao Yuan Shen, it would cause the connection between the martial Dao Yuan Shen and the body to split. As time passed, the body would gradually decay, and it would be difficult to recover. What way? Kuang Zun's voice was slightly louder. Raise your martial Dao will to the 9th level. I've thought of that before, but it's not practical. That's because you have to improve your will before your fleshly body decays. If your fleshly body is already decaying, your will is strong, and your Yuan Shen is strong. Losing your fleshly body means nothing. So, only I can overcome this method. Yi Chen did not tell Kuang Zun why he could overcome it. It was because he had the destruction sword intent and the immortal sword intent. The two sword intents resonated, allowing him to improve faster. He was confident that he could advance his sword intent before his body decayed. Day after day, year after year, Yi Chen spent most of his time studying the black smoke, and his martial Dao Yuan Shen improved at a rapid pace. Gradually, Yi Chen noticed that his martial Dao Yuan Shen was becoming more tangible, and its color was turning dark green. Seems like I'm getting closer to the bottleneck. Yi Chen thought to himself. One day, Yi Chen's body felt like it was being electrocuted, and he felt weak. In the next second, his martial Dao Yuan Shen floated out uncontrollably. The martial Dao Yuan Shen shone brightly, and waves of terrifying pressure spread out. Then, the martial Dao Yuan Shen's color darkened, turning from dark green to bronze. The bronze light shone, and even the rules of heaven and earth rippled, as if they were twisting. This was the sign of breaking the limit of heaven and earth. Omniscient nature! With a thought, Yi Chen instinctively performed the omniscient nature. The omniscient nature that only had 1,000,000 transformations in the past had finally surpassed this limit, and it was moving towards countless transformations. Of course, compared to the real 3 realms killing fist, it was still many times weaker. The 3 realms killing fist had reached the level of simplification. Bronze martial Dao Yuan Shen complete. Chapter 1301. If martial skills, will, and domain were the software of a person, then essence, chi, and soul were the hardware of a person, and martial Dao Yuan spirit was the perfect embodiment of essence, chi, and soul. To surpass the limit of heavenly Dao, software alone was not enough. One's hardware had to keep up as well. For example, even if an ordinary life and death king had the knowledge of a supreme martial skill, he wouldn't be able to fully display it. If he were to do so, his entire body would be devoured by the martial skill, and he would die. Yi Chen had obtained the essence of the 3 realms sovereign's martial skills, but he didn't know anything about martial Dao Yuan spirit. Therefore, he had always thought that as long as he slowly cultivated, boundless nature would surpass the limit of heavenly Dao sooner or later. But now that he thought about it, he realized that he was indeed wrong. Perhaps the martial Dao Yuan spirit of the 3 realms sovereign had long surpassed bronze grade and reached silver grade. As for the gold martial Dao Yuan spirit, according to the records, once it reached this grade, one would not be far from becoming a true god. Of course, there were still some differences between Yi Chen's bronze martial Dao Yuan spirit and ordinary bronze martial Dao Yuan spirit. Yi Chen's bronze martial Dao Yuan spirit was filled with some black threads, which gave off a strange aura. Seems like only the destruction sword intent and immortal sword intent can cut these black threads at the 9th step. Yi Chen's brows creased. He didn't regret studying the black smoke. If not for it, it would have taken him thousands of years of accumulation to raise his martial Dao Yuan spirit to bronze grade. Among humans, only true martial supreme and golden Buddha supreme had bronze grade martial Dao Yuan spirits. The others were far from it. Unbelievable. You raised your martial Dao Yuan spirit to bronze grade in such a short time? How did you do it? During another patrol, Kuang Zun discovered Yi Chen's abnormality. Luck. Yi Chen said, "No, this is definitely not luck. The information is chaotic and complicated. Luck alone can't do anything." Letting out a sigh, Kuang Zun said, "The Yuan martial spirit is the foundation of a person. It can even be said to be our second life. The further you go, the more important the Yuan martial spirit becomes. However, you've only just started. In terms of quality, your bronze Yuan martial spirit is 100 times worse than mine. If you want to continue improving, the ordinary black smoke will be useless. Only the black smoke in the cave can help you improve." "You're trying to tempt me down," Yi Chen said directly. "Yes or no, you decide for yourself." Venerable Kuang did not say another word. After taking a deep look at the cave, Yi Chen could vaguely see a green shadow sitting in the cave after his martial, primordial spirit reached the bronze level. Cultivation space. Yi Chen could easily suppress a 6th grade sovereign battle puppet, and his strength was improving at a godly speed. When the 6th grade sovereign battle puppet disappeared, Yi Chen formed a 7th grade sovereign battle puppet. In terms of offense and defense, the 7th grade sovereign battle puppet was equivalent to a slightly weaker supreme. A powerful supreme would definitely be in danger if they were hit head-on. Even the current Yi Chen didn't dare to underestimate it. He had to be cautious. Boom, 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 boom. Waves of air exploded, and sword rays crisscrossed. Yi Chen shuttled around the 7th grade sovereign battle puppet, swinging the brilliant divine sword at it from time to time. The 7th grade sovereign battle puppet's attack was the same as the 6th grade sovereign battle puppet's attack. It was simpler, but the increase in power was terrifying. A simple punch could create a space-time storm, dissipating everything. Retreat. Using the boundless nature, Yi Chen's sword struck the 7th grade sovereign battle puppet's chest, sending it flying. Of course, it was impossible to shatter it. In a battle of the same level, it was difficult to kill the opponent, even if the opponent was 1,000 times stronger. For example, if the Earth Demon Sovereign wanted to kill the Golden Buddha Supreme, he couldn't do it himself, so he could only rely on the power of the Saint Weapon. 1 sword, 2 swords. After gaining the upper hand, Yi Chen didn't give the 7th grade sovereign battle puppet any chance. He kept attacking it until it ran out of energy and dissipated. My current strength should be equivalent to a slightly weaker supreme. If he didn't have a 7th grade supreme battle puppet, it would be hard for him to know what level he was at. However, he was clear that although he was a lot stronger than a 7th grade supreme battle puppet, the battle puppet's overall strength was much weaker than a living supreme being. A true supreme being had many more tricks up their sleeves. Time to patrol again. For a supreme, a year had passed too quickly. In the state of cultivation, one wouldn't even notice the passing of time. Should I take a trip to the cave? An idea popped up in Yi Chen's mind. The black wind stream was divided into 2 parts. One part was the walls of the black wind stream, and the other part was the cave at the end of the black wind stream. In fact, they didn't need to patrol the cave. If there was anything strange, they could just report it to the true martial supreme. No wonder so many supreme were affected by Lord Mad after coming in. Their strength couldn't improve, and some even went crazy. The willpower of supremes was very strong, and it was hard for them to be tempted. There was only one way to tempt them, and that was strength. Yi Chen didn't know what the consequences of entering the cave would be, but he was very clear that he had already been affected by Mad Sovereign. On the small side, as long as he didn't enter the cave, Mad Sovereign's influence would be useless. On the big side, his willpower would be shaken, which would be fatal. Shaking his head, Yi Chen smiled bitterly. It seemed like his state of mind wasn't strong enough. With his current realm, he definitely couldn't go to the cave. The risk was too great. There would come a day when he would have no choice but to go. Your willpower is stronger than I thought. The stronger your willpower, the lower the risk of entering the cave. This time, Lord Mad only said one sentence to Yi Chin. Another year had passed. Lord Mad didn't say anything, but Yi Chin could feel that Lord Mad's eyes had become much colder. I really can't go to the cave. Sighing, Yi Chin left. In the years that followed, Yi Chin and Lord Mad didn't talk at all. Yi Chin also gave up on the idea of entering the cave. It was the 50th year since he entered the black wind stream. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh in the black wind stream, black whirlwinds howled. The entire place was covered in a thick black fog, and one couldn't even see their fingers. On the 3rd floor of the building, Yi Chin sensed something. He quickly left the training space and went outside the building. What's going on? Without any hesitation, Yi Chin crushed the black wind token in his hand. Once the black wind token was broken, Supreme True Marshal would immediately know that something big had happened in the black wind stream. With his speed, it wouldn't take long for him to get here. Suddenly, a cold light flashed on Yi Chin's right, and it shot towards Yi Chin. Clang! Yi Chin immediately pulled out the brilliant divine sword and blocked the attack. Supreme Fire, it's you! Yi Chin squinted his eyes and stared at Supreme Fire, who was exposed in the black fog. I'm not some Supreme Fire. The real Supreme Fire has been eaten by me. Supreme Fire's body and aura changed, and he turned into a strange Supreme. His flesh and blood were very strange. They were in a translucent state, as if they were made of jelly. At the end of the black wind stream, there was a powerful aura that was breaking free. Now, there was a strange Supreme in front of him. Yi Chin suddenly understood. Chapter 1302. If the true Martial Sovereign or the Gold Buddha Sovereign were here, they would definitely recognize that this Supreme with a jelly-like body belonged to a very powerful and rare bloodline of the demons called the 100 Faces Demon. The 100 Faces Demon was even rarer than the Dark Witch and Dark Goddess bloodlines. It was even similar to the bloodline of the Great Demon King. Although the 100 Faces Demon Man wasn't as powerful as the Great Demon King's bloodline, he had a unique talent. He could change the appearance of the person he ate, and even his aura, memory, and soul were exactly the same, without any flaws. Within the same level, the 100 Faces Demon Man's identity would almost never be seen through. This was also the main reason why Supreme Raging Fire could hide from Supreme True Martial and sneak into the black wind stream. Yi Chin naturally didn't know what bloodline the opponent had, but the demonic aura he emitted revealed his race identity. Obviously, he was from the demons. Yi Chin, you are very good. If you join us, the demons, in the future, when the demons unify the entire universe, the human race will be under your control. Flawless Demon, Sovereign smiled and suggested. Yi Chin said coldly, "This kind of temptation has no effect on me. You don't need to use this to stall for time." Stall for time? Hee. I am not the Lai Hua Sovereign, and you are not the True Martial Sovereign or the Gold Buddha Sovereign. Do you think I need to stall you? The corner of Flawless Demon Sovereign's mouth curled up as he mocked. Yes or no, you will know after you try. The black fog became thicker and thicker, and even his soul power was affected. Yi Chin tightened his grip on the Huang godly sword and opened his holy netherworld eye to lock on the opponent's position. The smile on the corner of Flawless Demon Sovereign's mouth gradually disappeared. Whoosh! The black fog was pushed away, and Flawless Demon Sovereign instantly appeared on the right side of Yi Chin. The dagger in his hand turned into a poisonous snake that stabbed towards Yi Chin's heart. His body flashed. Yi Chin easily dodged this attack and then slashed out with his sword. A blinding sword light exploded. Flawless Demon Sovereign realized that he could not dodge this sword no matter what. This sword had already sealed all his escape routes. Even time and space were locked. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere as Flawless Demon Venerable was blown away. His right arm was twisted in a weird way. At the critical moment, he used his dagger to block the sword, but the angle was a bit off, and he couldn't even exert a tenth of his strength. "You're a super supreme being?" Flawless Demon Sovereign looked at Yi Qin hesitantly. Yi Qin didn't reply. Instead, he attacked with a 5-element slash. "So what if you're a supreme being?" "I'm one too." Flawless Demon Sovereign roared. He waved his dagger, and a crystal lotus formed by chi blocked the 5-colored sword chi. Kalala! Broken crystals splashed everywhere, and the crystal lotus was cut open. The 5-colored sword chi left a shallow sword mark on Flawless Demon Venerable's chest. There were strong and weak supremes. It was obvious that Flawless Demon Sovereign was weaker than Yi Qin in terms of strength. Damn it! Flawless Demon Sovereign didn't expect Yi Qin's progress to be this fast. Before entering the Black Wind Stream, he had inquired about Yi Qin's strength. He knew that Yi Qin's strength was at most a peak powerful sovereign. Omniscient nature! Seeing that the 5 elements slash couldn't hit Flawless Demon Sovereign directly, Yi Qin's sword aura changed. Omniscient nature, which had the most variations, was used. Ever since his Yuan spirit reached the bronze level, Yi Qin's omniscient nature had almost infinite variations. How could Flawless Demon Sovereign block it? His body was hit by hundreds and thousands of sword attacks. Even the supreme armor couldn't defend against it. The destructive sword intent invaded his body. The next second, beams of sword light shot out of his body like a huge porcupine. Bastard, break! Flawless Demon Sovereign crazily operated his demon art to force the destructive sword intent out of his body. Flawless Thousand Snakes pierced the heart. The dagger in Flawless Demon Sovereign's hand turned into a black poisonous snake. He loosened his hand, and the black poisonous snake flew out. Along the way, it turned into millions of different poisonous snakes. Each of them went for Yi Qin's weak point as if they had a mind of their own. Yi Qin could tell that this attack contained the profound of yin and yang, as well as the profound of poison. As long as he was hit, he wouldn't feel good. 5-colored sword light filled the air. Yi Qin was surrounded by a 5-colored light ball. 5 elements, sword art, rise to fall. Swoosh! Swoosh! No matter how many poisonous snakes there were, they couldn't break through the 5-colored light ball. Instead, they disappeared automatically. Death cut! Suddenly, the 5-colored light ball merged into his body. Yi Qin slashed out with his sword. Millions of sword shadows spread out, stacking up the space and time like it was being cut into millions of pieces. Run! Flawless Demon Sovereign was shocked. In terms of offense and defense, he could barely be considered supreme. But in terms of battle techniques, he was much weaker than Yi Qin. A wave of blood splashed out. It was the blood left behind by Flawless Demon Sovereign. Flawless Demon Sovereign flew towards the end of the Black Wind Stream. Yi Qin thought about it and chased after him. There was still some time before Supreme, true Marshal arrived. The Black Wind token had been crushed, so he couldn't get out. It was better to go and see what was going on first. The closer he got to the end of the stream, the thicker the black mist became. It was like water making people uncomfortable. Using the Netherworld's sacred eye, Yi Qin followed closely behind Flawless Demon Sovereign. Vaguely, Yi Qin saw a huge shadow at the end of the stream. It was faint silver in color. Martial Path Yuan Shun. Yi Qin was shocked. Martial Yuan spirits were divided into 3 levels: bronze, silver, and gold. Once one's martial Yuan spirit reached the silver level, one would basically be at the level of a legendary paragon. He was definitely not a match for him. Although his opponent's martial Yuan spirit was dim and seemed to have suffered a lot of damage, a silver Yuan spirit was still a silver Yuan spirit. It was far inferior to a bronze Yuan spirit. Luckily, Yi Qin also saw the chains that locked the silver martial path Yuanshan. The chains extended all the way to the cave at the end of the black wind stream, making clanking sounds. I should have known that there must be living people in the black wind stream. Although their bodies have decayed, their martial path Yuanshen has survived for at least 1,000,000 years. Yi Chen's speed was extremely fast. Soon he caught up with Flawless Demon Sovereign. Crackle! A golden lightning shot out from his eyes and hit Flawless Demon Sovereign. Flawless Demon Sovereign staggered, feeling dizzy. The Netherworld's sacred eye combined with the soul attack had shocking destructive power. Flawless Demon Sovereign's speed couldn't help but slow down. Yi Chen, you are courting death. Flawless Demon Sovereign was furious. The opponent clearly knew that the end of the Black Wind Stream was a forbidden area, but he still dared to chase. Yi Chen sneered. His body emitted a bronze light as he slashed at Flawless Demon Sovereign with all his strength. Clang! This sword was blocked by someone. It wasn't Unblemished Demon Venerable, but a giant silver hand that reached out from the black mist. The sword light in his hand was like a mudfish that was trying its best to crawl in, but it couldn't break free. Pah! The sword light was crushed, and a voice that seemed to come from the depths of hell resounded. How many years has it been? A junior actually dares to be so presumptuous in front of me. Is this the power of a silver martial path, Yuanshen? Yi Chen's pupils shrunk to a point as he quickly stopped. Chapter 1303. Seeing the silver hand crush Yi Chen's attack, Unblemished Demon Emperor's face flashed with joy. He cupped his hands in the direction of the silver hand and said, "Congratulations, Sky Master, for leaving the cave. This is all thanks to the 10,000 demon blood crystal you brought. Sadly, there was only one. If there was one more, it could melt the seal on me." The voice in the black mist said. Unblemished Demon Emperor smiled awkwardly. He didn't know how to answer. The 10,000 demon blood crystal was the most valuable treasure of the demons. It was as precious as a supreme. Right now, the demons only had one. If the rescue failed, the demons would suffer a great loss. Sky Master, this kid is a rare genius of the human race. If we take him back, we can make the human race hesitate. Unblemished Demon Emperor suggested to the figure in the black mist. You are right. Clatter. The sound of iron chains rubbing against each other was heard. The black mist was pushed aside, and a 20-meter-tall silver figure appeared in front of Yi Chen and Unblemished Demon Emperor. It was a terrifying demon that seemed to be made of silver. Its eyes shone with green light. If one looked closely, they would see that it didn't have a physical body. The body in front of them was a highly concentrated martial path, Yuan spirit. There were a total of 9 chains on his body. There was one on his head, one on each shoulder, one on each arm and leg, and 2 on his spine. The 9 chains were like 9 poisonous snakes, deeply piercing into his body. The other end of the chains was connected to a metal ball. The metal ball was engraved with countless runes, each the size of an ant. As soon as this demon appeared, one of its eyes locked onto Unblemished Demon Emperor, and the other locked onto Yi Chen. It was very strange. 100 transformation Demon Emperor. How rare. There weren't any in my era. The left eye shifted its gaze away from Flawless Demon Sovereign and focused all of its attention on Yi Chen. The invisible pressure increased. Yi Chen felt like there was an ancient mountain pressing down on him. It was hard to even move a finger. I have to wait for true Martial Supreme to come. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen calmed himself down. Even though this martial Yuan spirit was an antique, true Martial Supreme had a saint item, so he wasn't afraid of it. Who are you? Yi Chen asked calmly. The demon laughed out loud. Based on your soul aura, you are indeed less than 1,000 years old. You are a genius, and you have the right to know my name. Remember, I am Celestial Venerable Rot Demon. Now follow me. As he spoke, Empyrean Corrupt Devil waved his hand. His right hand was like a 5-fingered mountain that enveloped Yi Chen. 5 elements slash. Yi Qin bellowed, and the 5-colored sword Qi slashed towards his opponent. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. His opponent's right hand was many times tougher than Yi Qin had imagined. The 5 elements slash could not break through his opponent's defense at all, not even leaving a white mark. If it was any other enemy, even if Yi Chen couldn't beat them, he was confident he could avoid the first strike. But Empyrean Corrupt Devil's simple wave contained profound mysteries that couldn't be dodged at all. Yi Chen knew that the gap between the two of them was too big, so big that he couldn't use battle skills to make up for it. Just as Yi Chen was about to be grabbed, the surging 5-colored sword light spread out, turning into a giant 5-colored ball of light. The silver hand entered the range of the 5-colored sword light, and its speed and power dropped by a lot. It was like it was stuck in a swamp. Interesting. Heavenly Venerable Corrupt Devil didn't mind it at all. He slightly increased the power in his right hand. Immediately, the 5-colored sword light was distorted, and the 5-colored light sphere was compressed again and again. Eventually, it turned into a huge sphere with a diameter of 30 meters. The huge sphere wrapped around Yi Qin, and the silver hand was about to withdraw. Monster, let go! At that critical moment, a bronze light pierced through the silver hand. Who is it? Empyrean Corrupt Devil raised his head and looked into the depths of the black mist. Unblemished Demon Lord seemed to think of something, and his face was a little nervous. A black hole appeared in the black mist, and a burly middle-aged man more than 15 feet tall came out. He held a bronze mace in his hand, and a vast power was emitting from it. Supreme, True Martial. Seeing that it was Supreme True Martial, Yi Chen let out a sigh of relief. Supreme True Martial was a peak supreme, and he also had a divine weapon. It shouldn't be a problem for him to deal with a silver martial path, Yuan spirit. Yi Chen, are you okay? What happened? Supreme True Martial looked at Yi Chen. He still valued Yi Chen a lot. The human race was at an absolute disadvantage now, and they needed to rely on a genius like Yi Chen to turn the tide. What they had lost now they would get back one day. Supreme Raging Fire is the transformation of supreme demons. He used the 10,000 demon blood crystal to release this demon, and this demon is Supreme Corrupt Devil. Be careful. Yi Chen retreated behind Supreme True Martial and warned. Supreme Corrupt Devil. Supreme True Martial was deep in thought. On the other side, Unblemished Demon Lord said to Supreme Corrupt Devil, Supreme, this is the #1 Supreme of the human race, Supreme True Martial. He has a divine weapon, the True Martial Divine Mace. Supreme Corrupt Devil was still brooding over the fact that his right hand had just been pierced. 2 million years have passed, and a little Supreme has become the #1 Supreme of the human race. It seems that the human race isn't having a good time, but your divine weapon is very sharp. It's a waste to have it in your hands. Come here. Facing Yi Chen, Heavenly Venerable Corrupt Devil had only used 30 to 40% of his strength, but now he brought out more than 90% of his strength. With him as the center, a silver-white radiance erupted. Amidst the endless radiance, a fist punched out, corroding space-time. The fist speed was astonishing. Supreme Corrupt Devil, the legendary supreme of demons from 2 million years ago. So it's him. Supreme True Martial was knowledgeable, so he quickly learned who Supreme Corrupt Devil was. Of course, even if he knew, Supreme True Martial wasn't afraid. Right now, his opponent was in a martial path Yuan Shin state and was sealed. He could only use 30 to 40% of his power. Plus, after being sealed for so many years, his essence, energy, and soul must have been worn down. More importantly, he had a divine weapon. With a divine weapon, he didn't need to be afraid of his opponent. Clang! Supreme True Martial's mace broke the opponent's fist. He didn't retreat a single step. Eat my corrosive God Fist. Supreme Corrupt Devil's right hand turned from silver to pure green. Wherever the green fist passed, green slime dripped down, corroding the ground of the black wind stream. In addition, the green fist wind rushed toward Supreme True Marshal, as well as Yi Qin, who was behind Supreme True Marshal. What a powerful fist technique! Yi Chen was startled. Heavenly Venerable Decay Devil's corrosive god fist was certainly inferior to the three realms killing fist, but the gap was not too big. The fist energy of this fist transformed into poisonous gas that could corrode all living things in the world, including yin and yang. World tribulation. Supreme True Marshal didn't dare to be careless in the face of Supreme Corrupt Devil's all-out fist. He used the sixth of the True Marshal 7 calamities. The 4 profound meanings of earth, water, fire, and wind fused together to form the light of primal chaos. It had the power to destroy the world and rebuild the universe. Chapter 1304. Pop, 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 pop. There was no earth-shattering sound, but one could see green bubbles and turbid bubbles in the black mist. When the 2 bubbles collided, they immediately disappeared. Heavenly Master Corrupt Devil was no match for the power of the True Marshal Divine Truncheon, and he was sent flying. His body was riddled with holes, like a piece of cheese on fire. True Marshal Supreme, on the other hand, only took 3 steps back. He had the upper hand. Damn it! Empyrean Corrupt Devil's face was unsightly. 2 million years had passed, and he had long since forgotten about the power of a saint item. But now the True Marshal Divine Swordbreaker showed him that a saint item was indeed a saint item, and that it could help its wielder fight beyond realms. Human calamity, tribulation. True Marshal Supreme gained the upper hand in one move, and he followed up with the 5th of the True Marshal 7 calamities, the man calamity tribulation. In a flash, True Marshal Supreme split into 4, and the 4 figures surrounded Corrupt Devil Holy Master. Each True Marshal Supreme was using his full strength, and there was not the slightest bit of falsehood in his attacks. They attacked Corrupt Devil Holy Master in the center. Sky corrosion. Empyrean Rotten Demon roared out loud. He punched upwards and then punched downwards. In the next moment, green shock waves superimposed over each other, forming a green nebula that enveloped him. Supreme True Marshal's attack landed on the nebula, emitting crackling sounds. Soon, the nebula was riddled with holes. A bronze light pierced through the nebula, piercing through Empyrean Rotten Devil's chest. Junior, one day, I will make you wish you were dead. Knowing that he couldn't beat True Marshal Supreme, Heavenly Master Rot Devil's body suddenly turned into a silver storm that swept unblemished Demon, sovereign inside. Along the way, the black mist was pushed away, blocking True Marshal Supreme's vision. Yi Qin, you stay here. How could True Marshal Supreme let Heavenly Master Rot Devil escape from the black wind stream? Once he did, it would be a disaster for the human race. True Marshal Supreme pushed his true yuan to the limit, and the stars around him flickered. Whoosh! He shot toward the silver storm like an arrow piercing through the clouds. The 2 soon arrived at the entrance of the black wind stream. Boom! Even from far away, Yi Qin could hear the sound of the collision. When Yi Qin rushed over, only Supreme Marshal was left at the entrance. Corrupt Heavenly Master and Flawless Demon Master had disappeared without a trace. Supreme True Marshal said in a deep voice, I didn't expect the black wind stream to be in trouble while I was in charge. I also have to take half of the responsibility. If Yi Qin insisted on patrolling the black wind stream with Sovereign Inferno, it wouldn't be so easy for the other party to release Empyrean Rot Devil. Of course, one could be a thief for 1,000 days, but not a thief for 1,000 days. Unless Yi Qin was always by Sovereign Inferno's side, the other party would still have a way to release Empyrean Rot Devil. Supreme True Marshal waved his hand. This has nothing to do with you. I was careless. It's a pity that I didn't kill that 100 Faces demon. For supreme, true martial, the 100 Faces demon was a bigger threat than corrupt devil. The seal on corrupt devil's body hadn't been removed, and he had been hit several times by the true martial divine mace. His strength had been reduced by many folds. Even with the help of treasures, it would take hundreds of years for him to recover. But the 100 Faces demon was different. He could change the appearance and aura of the person he ate. If he mixed in with the supreme of the human clan, the barbarian clan, or the giant clan, the chaos would be even more terrible. Then what should we do next? Yi Chen could feel supreme, true martial's pressure. The great war between humans and demonic beasts was imminent, and now a corrupt devil heavenly sovereign and 100 transformation demon men had appeared, adding snow to the human race. As the pillar of the human race, supreme, true martial had to withstand the pressure. No matter how anxious he was, he had to maintain his composure, lest he infect others. Different situations call for different actions. Continue to patrol the black wind stream. You'll be fine alone, right? Supreme, true martial let out a breath and looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen said, "Don't worry, I'll be fine. It's good that there are no problems. In this period of time, you cultivate well. Leave the rest to me." With these words, Supreme True Martial took out a black wind token and handed it over. Before leaving, Supreme True Martial told Yi Chen not to talk too much with Mad Lord and not to enter the cave. Even if he did enter, he shouldn't go too deep. There were many unknown dangers. The cave? Supreme True Martial's words made Yi Chen think. Although Supreme True Martial reminded him not to enter the cave, he didn't forbid him from doing so. Outside the black wind stream, Supreme True Martial thought to himself, "Both Supreme Golden Buddha and I have entered the cave. Although it's dangerous and we might become the second Mad Lord, it's also an opportunity. I hope it doesn't disappoint me." Supreme True Martial and Supreme Golden Buddha sighed. Mad Lord had become like this because he was too eager for success. If he had been more careful and didn't go too deep into the cave, he would have been able to resist the temptation. Even if he wasn't as strong as he was now, he wouldn't be too far off. Unfortunately, the days in the black wind stream weren't boring. As usual, Yi Chen spent most of his time studying the black smoke, trying to improve his bronze martial yuanshin. After decades of observation, Yi Chen found that the closer the cave to the entrance of the black wind stream, the lower the strength of the sealed demons. Of course, these demons were long dead, leaving behind only a wisp of demonic aura. The cave where Mad Lord was sealed was in the middle of the black wind stream. It wasn't too strong, only at the level of a super supreme. In the caves behind him, there were some caves that emitted black smoke that made Yi Chen's heart palpitate, not to mention the cave at the end of the black wind stream. There should be a powerful, legendary supreme in the cave. Yi Chen guessed. Soon, another 20 years passed. In the cultivation space, Yi Chen was fighting with the level 8 Supreme Battle Puppet. The level 8 Supreme Battle Puppet was equivalent to a mid-level Super Supreme. In the process of fighting, Yi Chen gradually realized what he was lacking. The biggest one was naturally his physical defense, but there was nothing he could do about it. He wasn't the Golden Buddha Supreme. The Golden Buddha Supreme's Golden Body 9 refinement stage allowed him to ignore most attacks. Only a saint weapon could deal fatal damage to him. A body refinement stage cultivates body refinement martial arts with twice the results with half the effort. But if I create my own sword body, it won't be too far off. An ordinary sword body was nothing to a sovereign. For example, the bronze sword body or the platinum sword body. These sword bodies were just special abilities that came with cultivation techniques. Yi Chen wanted to create a sword body similar to the Golden Body 9 refinement stage. Of course, he had to take things one step at a time. In the beginning, he only needed to create a prototype, and he would gradually perfect it in the future. To create a powerful sword body, Yi Chun relied on nothing but the body refinement information contained in the black smoke. With the countless body refinement information and Yi Chen's own accumulation, he had a certain degree of confidence. Chapter 1305. Clang, 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 clang. This was a world of swords. Countless swords were stabbed into the ground, and countless swords floated in the air. There were big and small swords. The small ones were like daggers, the big ones were like mountains, and the big ones were like giant dragons. The auras of the swords were also different. Some were cold, some righteous, some domineering, some untamed, and some low-key. These swords were all from Yi Chen's collection. From low-grade swords to emperor-grade swords. There were everything, and there were hundreds of thousands of them. Sitting in the center of the countless swords, Yi Chen closed his eyes, and his body naturally emitted sharp sword qi. Gradually, the sword qi coordinated with Yi Chen's breathing, expanding and contracting as if it had a spirit of its own. I have the immortal sword soul, and my soul has the immortal attribute. If I can make my body also have the immortal attribute and refine it into a sword body, the limit of this sword body will be able to match the golden body 9 transformations in the future, or even surpass it. A sword body couldn't be created just because one wanted it to be. But before one created it, one had to have a concept of whether the limit of the sword body was big enough, and whether there was a possibility of success. Who? The sound of Yi Chen's breathing wasn't loud, but the movement it caused was not small at all. With Yi Chen as the center, a tide spread out, and as the power of the tide swept out, countless swords in the sky and on the ground trembled, as if something was about to break out of the swords. I will forge my body with immortality, condense. Yi Chen opened his eyes, and sword light shot out in all directions. His eyes were unprecedentedly sharp. The moment Yi Chen opened his eyes, countless sword shadows shot towards Yi Chen from all directions. These sword shadows were not physical, but were the essence of the countless swords in the surroundings. It was like the essence, qi, and spirit of ordinary cultivators, or the martial arts yuan spirit of a paragon. The essence of a sword was extremely important. If a sword was damaged, it could be repaired, but if the essence was damaged, then it would be difficult to repair. If all the essence was lost, then the sword would become a pile of scrap metal. As the sword essence entered his body, the surface of Yi Chen's skin blossomed with a cold light, like steel that had been tempered hundreds and thousands of times. When all the sword essence entered his body, Yi Chen involuntarily floated up. The shadow of a huge sword enveloped Yi Chen. At the same time, Yi Chen's aura reached its peak, containing the charm of piercing through the heavens and severing time and space. Buzz! 1, 2, 3. 3 ancient sword marks flashed across Yi Chen's body and disappeared into his body, gently landing on the ground. Yi Chen muttered to himself, "This is too amazing." It was clearly a sword body that I created, but the development after that was beyond my expectations. It naturally contains sword marks. 3 sword marks. It should be the 3rd level of the immortal sword body. This sword body that Yi Chen created was called the immortal sword body. Originally, Yi Chen was still pondering how to divide the immortal sword body into levels. He didn't expect that the immortal sword body would naturally contain sword marks, which saved him a lot of trouble. As for why the immortal sword body needed to absorb the sword essence, it was mainly because Yi Chen wasn't a supreme body refiner, so his physical body wasn't strong enough. Only with enough sword essence could he have enough endurance. Otherwise, the immortal sword body wouldn't be able to continue to develop. If he wanted to have the best of both worlds, he had to have some tricks. Raising the index and middle fingers of his right hand, Yi Chen pointed a sword finger at his arm. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. Yi Chen's arm was extremely hard, as if it was made of gold and iron. But then Yi Chen exerted a little force, and a mark was still left on his arm, causing blood to flow. Rice should be eaten bite by bite. Yi Chen was already very satisfied with the defensive effect of the third level of the immortal sword body. After all, the third level couldn't be compared to the seventh or eighth level of the 9 turns golden body. Days passed, and a year later, Yi Chen barely cultivated the immortal sword body to the peak of the third level. It's too difficult. I didn't expect that creating a body refining martial art would be so much more difficult than creating a supreme martial art. That's right, as long as one's perception is high, creating a supreme martial art isn't difficult. But to create a body refining martial art, one needs enough knowledge, which is not enough to rely on perception. Do I have to enter the cave? Yi Chen frowned. Forget it. I still haven't understood the black smoke outside, so I'm not in a hurry. Yi Chen decided to think about it a little more. Just like that, another 3 years passed. During these 3 years, Yi Chen's immortal sword body reached the peak of the 4th level. 10 years later, the immortal sword body reached the 5th level. The 5th level of the immortal sword body could already resist the attack of a grade 5 supreme puppet of battle. The starting point of the immortal sword body was very high. The 1st level could resist the attack of a grade 1 supreme puppet of battle. The 2nd level could resist the attack of a grade 2 supreme puppet of battle. And the 5th level could resist the attack of a grade 5 supreme puppet of battle. Of course, whether it was the 9 turns golden body or the immortal sword body, one had to wear the supreme armor to resist the attack. Only with the supreme armor could one resist the attack. Looks like I have to go to the cave. At the 5th level of the immortal sword body, it was hard to move forward. Yi Chen clearly knew that this was a cognitive barrier, and it was very easy to break it, which was to obtain more knowledge. On this day, Yi Chen finished patrolling the caves on both sides of the Black Wind Stream and flew toward the end of the stream. Soon, Yi Chen arrived at the end of the Black Wind Stream. There was a black vortex here, and endless black smoke was surging out of it. The information was very chaotic. Yi Chen studied it for a while, and his head was swollen. There was too much information, and it was as if the knowledge of countless people had been mixed together and stirred violently. It was impossible for him to study it even if he wanted to. After a slight hesitation, Yi Chen's figure flashed, and he plunged into the black vortex. It was as if he had gone from light to darkness. Yi Chen felt that he had come to another world, another universe. It was not pitch black, but rather a dim world. He couldn't feel the existence of the heavenly Tao law, and there was only nothingness and silence, a deathly silence that could make people panic. After walking for a long time, Yi Chen came to a dark valley. There were not many caves in the valley, and black smoke was surging out of these caves. What a thick smoke! Yi Chen's eyes narrowed. This black smoke was more than 10 times thicker than the black smoke outside, and some were even 100 times thicker. It was like a long black dragon roaming around. Based on the principle of proximity, Yi Chen began to study the black smoke closest to him. The black smoke contained a lot of information, but it was a pity that there were many gaps in it. It was likely that the existence sealed in these caves had died for too long, and even the information had begun to fade. Even so, the information left behind by the legendary Supremes was terrifying. The life of every legendary Supremes was a legendary history, and it would take more than 100 years to finish. 1. 2. Yi Chen was only interested in the body refinement information and martial Dao Yuanshin information. He chose to ignore the rest. However, the information was too chaotic, and Yi Chen more or less absorbed a lot of useless information. This information contained a demonic nature, as if there was a voice telling something in Yi Chen's heart. Almost there. Yi Chen maintained a clear mind at all times. He didn't want to become a madman like Sovereign Kwang. Chapter 1306. Every time he entered the cave, he would leave at the right time. He would never stay a second longer just because he was in high spirits. This time it was a quarter, and the next time it would be 2 quarters. He believed that it would not happen in a day for the mad lord to go from normal to crazy. After all, it would take more than a day for the mad lord to go crazy. The black smoke in the cavern contained much more information than the outside world. One wisp of black smoke was equivalent to thousands of wisps of smoke in the outside world. Moreover, the information was deeper and closer to the essence. Unknowingly, Yi Chen's immortal sword body had reached the peak of the 5th level from the early stage. At the 5th layer of the immortal sword body, the sword energy would be consumed very quickly when resisting the attacks of a 5th grade sovereign battle puppet. At the 5th layer, the sword energy would be several times better than at the middle stage, and at the late stage, it would be several times better. At the peak stage, it would be hundreds of times better than at the early stage. But what made Yi Chen smile bitterly was that the peak of the 5th level of the immortal sword body was close to Yi Chen's limit. If he wanted to continue, he would need to absorb more sword essences or improve his spirit body greatly. Otherwise, he would be stuck at the peak of the 5th level forever. Absorb the sword essence of the Huang divine sword. A thought flashed through Yi Chen's mind. The sword essence of a supreme sword was undoubtedly much more condensed. One sword could surpass the countless sword essences he had absorbed before. No, there aren't many supreme swords in the human race. Absorbing one is one less. Let's wait until I can forge a supreme sword. In the beginning, Yi Chen planned to win by quantity. Although the immortal sword body could not be improved any further, Yi Chen did not give up on studying this information. As long as he accumulated enough information, it would be even more powerful in the future. At the same time, Yi Chen began to focus on improving his martial yuanshin. One was internal while the other was external, both equally important. There are more and more black threads. After entering the cavern, Yi Chen's martial yuanshin improved rapidly from the early bronze stage to the middle bronze stage. One should know that the improvement of the martial yuanshin was the most difficult. It needed time to settle. The true martial supreme and the golden Buddha supreme were the pillars of the human race, but their martial yuanshin was only at the bronze level. Of course, as the martial path yuanshin improved rapidly, more and more black threads appeared on it. They looked like the meridians of the martial path yuanshin, but they also looked like a huge net that bound the martial path yuanshin. Yi Chen tried to analyze these black strands and found that they were extremely intelligent and not under his control. Yi Chen guessed that these black strands should be a heterogeneous primordial martial spirit. Once the heterogeneous primordial martial spirits were strong enough, Yi Chen's own primordial martial spirit would gradually be replaced by them. At that time, Yi Chen would no longer be the real Yi Chen, but a completely different Yi Chen. Find a way to let me out. I can upgrade your martial, primordial spirit to the silver level. For the past few days, a voice had been lingering in his mind. A silver martial Tao, primordial spirit. Even a legendary sovereign might not be able to possess one. With a silver martial Tao Yuan spirit, it's easy for you to live for a few million years. Such a long time is enough for you to become a demigod. Without my help, it'll take you at least 100,000 years to upgrade your martial Tao Yuan spirit to the silver level, maybe even longer. Noisy! Yi Chen's response was simple. He used the destruction sword to kill the heterogeneous primordial spirit. Every time a heterogeneous primordial spirit appeared, he would kill it. Fortunately, he had the 8th rank destruction sword will. On this day, 2 guests came to the Black Wind Stream, Supreme Xuanha and Supreme Ananda. They were the disciples of Supreme True Martial and Supreme Golden Buddha, respectively. They were also the ones who made Supreme True Martial and Supreme Golden Buddha feel the most at ease. They had been patrolling the Black Wind Stream many times. Supreme Yi, Master asked us to replace you. Supreme Xuanha explained the purpose of their visit. Supreme Ananda put his palms together and said, Supreme Yi, if you want to come in the future, you can go to the Supreme Pavilion and summon Martial Uncle, True Martial. All right, I'll leave the rest to you. Yi Chen nodded. He was planning to leave the Black Wind Stream. The immortal sword body needed more sword essences to upgrade. After leaving the Black Wind Stream, Yi Chen didn't go to the 9 Revolution Stars Tianqian continent. Instead, he went to the Vermilion Bird Star region's Waterbird Star. The Waterbird Star was a level 8 life planet with a diameter of 500 million miles. In the entire Vermilion Bird region, there were only a dozen or so level 8 life planets. Above it were the Vermilion Bird Star, the Golden Crow Star, and a few other level 9 life planets. In the distance, Yi Chen saw the Waterbird Star. The Waterbird Star looked very beautiful. It was blue in color like Mercury. The land area was very small, only taking up about 10 to 20% of the star. Rather than calling it a continent, it was more like a large island in the ocean. Of course, the Waterbird Star was big enough. A large island was as big as a small life planet. The Waterbird Star had a total of 36 continents and countless islands. The Yi family lived on the Waterbird continent, while the Dusk Sword sect lived on the Waterfall continent. The Waterbird continent was undoubtedly the richest continent on the Waterbird Star. In this world, there were many ordinary people. They didn't need to cultivate. They just wanted to earn more money and enjoy life. The light blue sky, the crystal clear sea, and the white sand made Paradise Bay a famous beach for the rich on the Waterbird Star continent. Those who came here were either rich or powerful. Each of them had a luxurious puppet ship that flew past the sky. Yi Chen could see countless people living here. The life of an ordinary person isn't bad. Yi Chen's mind flashed with his past and present lives. With a flash of light, Yi Chen disappeared without a trace. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to sense Yi Chen's existence. The Waterbird Star continent not only had the word Waterbird in its name, but it was also shaped like a waterbird. The Yi family's residence was at the head of the Waterbird Star continent, where the environment was the best. The current Yi family had begun to display the demeanor of a great family. After 700 years of development, the population alone had broken through 10 million. Many of the Yi family's disciples with relatively high potential knew that they had no hope of breaking through to life and death realm. So they began to focus on marrying and having children, hoping that their descendants would be able to break through to life and death realm. After all, in such a big family, one couldn't speak without reaching life and death realm. Only by becoming a life and death king would one's parents and descendants receive better treatment. This was the case for both families and races. Resources were limited, and they had to rely on themselves. The beak of the Waterbird Star continent was called the Beak Bay. This was one of the 3 great training bases of the Yi family. 1/3 of the Yi family's disciples were trained here. If their talent was high enough, they would be sent to the Dusk Sword sect to receive the training of the sect. Countless people in the Yi family had their eyes fixed on this place, hoping that their children would have an outstanding performance. On the shore, a young man and a woman were taking a stroll. The young man was handsome, with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes. The woman was Yi Xiao. After 700 years, she hadn't changed a bit. Xiao, can you tell me about your big brother? The young man turned his head and said with expectation. Yi Xiao helplessly said, "When my big brother comes back, you can just meet him." The young man was startled. How would I dare? Indeed, he didn't dare. Yi Chen was a sovereign, and the two of them weren't on the same level, even if he was Yi Chen's future brother-in-law in name. Coward! Yi Xiao stuck out her tongue. Suddenly, her gaze froze, and she shouted, "Big brother!"